Chapter 2364. One day later, Han Fei underestimated the mobility of the strong masters in this world. In just one day, his god-sealing spear array had been filled with 18 captain-level powerhouses. This meant that in less than 11 hours, Han Fei had defeated another 12 teams. This method was actually very simple. In fact, Chao Mengde and the others just carried the flags and ran around as long as they didn't exceed a range of 5 million kilometers. As a result, a lot of people came to grab the flags. Now, Chao Mengde and the others didn't wander around with the flags because they were bullying the weak teams almost all the time. Because so far, the 18 captains of the teams have been pinned together and 119 team members were taking turns to be reborn. Almost every few seconds, one person would be reborn. Because of the powerful sealing power of the god's sealing spear array, even the reborn would be invincible for 5 seconds. But once they entered the battle state, the invincibility state would disappear. Besides, the invincibility state was passive. As long as someone attacked you, you would be no different from ordinary people except that your strength would be maintained by 50%. However, under the continuous addition of the God-Sealing Spear Array, the additional 50% of combat power was directly weakened. Therefore, even if someone was reborn every moment, they still couldn't stop the crazy bombardment of Chao Mengde and the others with the divine weapons. Occasionally, some people would be reborn at the same time. If Chao Mengde and the others couldn't beat them, Han Fei would take action. Most of the time, Han Fei was studying whether he could set up a big killing array. Although he could set up many big arrays, even with heaven and earth Tao patterns. But these big arrays couldn't kill so many heaven opening state powerhouses. Most formations drew power from the world itself. But his God-Sealing Spear Array had already drawn too much power. If he set up another killing array, this place would probably immediately become dazzling and attract more people. Therefore, after studying for a long time, Han Fei couldn't come up with a solution. He could only prepare for battle all the time. Just like this, on the first day, at the 12th hour, the other places were fighting crazily, but Han Fei and the others were still bullying the weak teams. Chao Mengde said, "I killed another one. The flag is gone. I have a total of 1,928 points. Damn, so many points equivalent to 19 flags. Of the 1928 points, there were a total of 8 flags. Of the 12 teams that came later, a total of 5 teams still had flags." Wu Bufan waved his big pipe. Golden threads burst out from the divine tool and cut one person to death. He said nonchalantly, 52nd place. I feel like we can already pass the 3rd round of qualifiers. It's only the first day, and we've already gotten such a high score. I'm afraid that even if the other teams used all 12 days, they wouldn't be able to get such a high score, right? However, Han Fei didn't think it was a big deal. 50,000 flags were refreshed every day. If each flag was worth 100 points, it would be 5 million points. The flags would be converted into points every day, which meant that the flags would only be concentrated in the hands of a small number of people. Even if those strong teams could only get 200 points a day, they would still get 2,400 points in 12 days. All the fights would eventually devolve into a contest of strength. In addition to the normal hunting and killing, it could be said that after 12 days, there would probably be a few teams that would still be able to survive. It would not be a problem to say that there would be at least 2,000 teams left. Therefore, although Han Fei and the others got 1,928 points on the first day, if they didn't make progress or were killed by others later, they probably wouldn't be able to pass the 3rd round of qualifiers. Therefore, in any case, Han Fei felt that he had to hold on for one more day and get more points. A day and a half later, the number of God-Sealing Spears had increased to 25, and there were 3 new flags in their hands. Yes, 3 more flags. At present, their team had a total of 3,278 points. At this moment, there were too many people who had been sealed. Everyone else, including Han Fei, was fighting all the time. If they were a little slower, someone who had been reborn would rush into the God-Sealing formation. Just when Chao Mengde, Wu Bufan, and the others were killing wildly in the God-Sealing formation, Han Fei encountered a special team. The captain of this team scared Chao Mingde and the others. Zhao Qinglong. Wu Bufon's face changed drastically, and he said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Brother Fei, let's go. We can't get more points." Zhao Qinglong is a powerhouse on the divine list. Li Chun said, "Brother Fei, go first. I'll stop them for you." Yi Lingling's face was pale. At the beginning of the first and second rounds of qualifiers, she glanced at Zhao Qinglong from a distance. He was a powerhouse on the divine list. It was said that in the entire sea realm, only the divine land of the Middle Sea would issue the divine list when it felt necessary. This was necessary. Usually, when the rankings were updated, new people were born and experts were rising up. When a number of thousand years had passed, the divine list would be brought up for discussion. But in fact, under normal circumstances, as long as a powerhouse on the divine list had not proved his Tao, he would generally not be removed from the list. This kind of powerhouse was too strong. There were only 10 people on the authoritative list issued by the divine land of the Middle Sea. While Chao Mingde and the others' legs were trembling, Han Fei didn't feel anything. Originally, the Pan world was full of killing, and it was possible to meet anyone. Although this Zhao Qinglong was on the divine list, Han Fei had learned about him from Fengyu. The so-called divine list was actually a list of powerhouses who were under the Tao proving stage and were about to prove their Tao at any time. It was a comprehensive evaluation based on age, Tao, comprehensive strength, and battle records. Of course, those who could be on the divine list were definitely the strongest of the strong. It could be said that as long as they were given some time, they would be able to prove their Tao. However, no enemy would be invincible. Just like Han Fei himself, although he had the void-stealing technique, if he only had the void-stealing technique, he would have been defeated countless times. When so many trump cards were concentrated on him, when Han Fei saw Zhao Qinglong again, he didn't have the so-called fear. He even had the desire to fight. On the other side, Zhao Qinglong's team was also a team led by Zhao Qinglong to win without doing anything. This group of monsters looked calm when they saw Han Fei's team. Even though they had found that Han Fei seemed to be farming points here, they only showed a little joy because they felt that this place had become theirs. And when Zhao Qinglong saw the God-sealing spear array, he was slightly shocked. This sealing technique must be very extraordinary to be able to suppress so many powerhouses. Besides, when he was paying attention to Fengyu, he seemed to have heard news about Han Fei. Although he didn't pay attention to this person, it seemed that this person had a close relationship with the Phoenix Divine Clan. At this moment, he knew that he was actually a little late. The other party had been setting up for so long, and this sealing formation should be very perfect. Although Zhao Qinglong was confident that he was the strongest in this 100,000 years competition of the Divine EC, he would not underestimate anyone. So, Zhao Qinglong showed a faint smile and said, "Give me the flag." Chao Mingde carried the flag, and when he heard Zhao Qinglong say that he only wanted the flag, he thought to himself, "Is it that simple?" He immediately grinned and was about to speak. But suddenly, a hand was put on his shoulder, and he heard Han Fei's voice sounded lightly. "How embarrassing it is for me to give it to you just because you said so. I won't give it to you." Han Fei felt that his desire to fight had been aroused. This was a rare opportunity to fight with a powerhouse on the divine list, and it was the best way to measure his true strength in the heaven-opening realm. How could Han Fei give up so easily? Oh, that's interesting. Zhao Qinglong smiled faintly and was not in a hurry to fight. He stepped on the void and walked towards Han Fei. "I only wanted 3 flags, but you don't want to give them to me. Then I also want this land to earn points." Han Fei was not afraid at all. "Just because you're on the divine list and have a big mouth, don't you?" Hiss, Chao Mingde, Wu Bufon, and the others were confused. Wait, why is Han Fei inexplicably arguing with Zhao Qinglong? Aren't we doing a good job earning points? According to this situation, we can earn at least more than 3,000 points today, and now we have only earned half of it. How much are 3 flags worth? Is it worth fighting with Zhao Qinglong just for this? However, Chao Mingde and the others didn't understand. When Han Fei and Zhao Qinglong met, there was a vague feeling of confrontation, and he could even find a sense of familiarity from the other party. When Zhao Qinglong and Han Fei got closer and closer, Han Fei finally realized why he had a vague sense of familiarity. It was the feeling of the invincible road. Has Zhao Qinglong embarked on the invincible road? However, Zhao Qinglong didn't notice this because Han Fei had too many Great Daos. What he was running now were the commonly used Tianqi Great Path, Time Great Path, and Space Great Path. Therefore, other complex great paths covered up the aura of the invincible road, so Zhao Qinglong didn't notice it. However, although Zhao Qinglong didn't notice the collision between the invincible road, he just didn't like Han Fei. But for some reason, he just didn't like Han Fei. He even had a feeling that he wanted to kill Han Fei. This was also the first thought that came to Han Fei's mind just now. He didn't like Zhao Qinglong and wanted to fight with him or even kill him. Zhao Qinglong smiled and said, "You look very annoying." Han Fei grinned. "Same to you." Chao Mengda's figure had already slowly retreated. He felt an inexplicable killing intent, and his heart jumped to his throat. These two were about to fight. Zhao Qinglong raised his hand, and there seemed to be a dragon roar. It was a cyan longsword. When the sword stabbed out, it was as if a big star had fallen, dazzling. This sword strike gave Han Fei the feeling of an exploding star, blooming in the darkness, sweeping away the surrounding darkness. And Han Fei was not to be outdone. When he raised his hand, between two fingers, the great paths ran parallel, and the great paths merged into one. When the sword shot out, the mountains and trees behind him were horrified, and the void was surging like a tide. Seeing Han Fei's sword strike, Zhao Qinglong's eyes couldn't help but flash with a glimmer of brilliance. This person's strength seemed to be not bad. This sword strike contained a complex great path, and when it was fully activated, it actually made him feel threatened. This feeling was like fighting with a powerhouse of the same realm as him. But this person was obviously not. Chapter 2365. The moment the two of them started fighting, Chao Mengda and the others were all dumbfounded. They thought to themselves that they were doomed this time. Why did Han Fei have to provoke Zhao Qinglong? Clang, an ear-piercing sword chime resounded. Under this blow, although Han Fei was still standing proudly, his body was pushed back thousands of miles by the terrifying force. Kacha! From Han Fei's fingers to his palms, and then to his entire arm, many cracks suddenly appeared. Han Fei also sensed that there seemed to be a special energy that was trying to break into his body and wander around to destroy his body. How could Han Fei let him do that? He activated the meridian of origin elimination and blocked the energy in his body, forcibly suppressing the strange and domineering force. Then, divine light descended, and the wound on Han Fei's arm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. And Chao Mengda and the others who were watching were directly sent thousands of miles away. Yes, a heaven-opening state expert was sent thousands of miles away by the aftermath. So strong. Han Fei's face became extremely solemn. If he was right, this person was the strongest he had met on the way, apart from Yi Qianqing. No, this person was even stronger than Yi Qianqing. Yi Qianqing was just unkillable. He was fast and had a lot of means. But this person's combat power far exceeded Yi Qianqing's. Sure enough, there were no weaklings on the invincible path. With just one blow, Han Fei judged that the opponent's strength was even stronger than the strongest state he could exert. Because his body had reached its limit, he could not use all his combat power, nor could he fully exert the great path. But even so, he could still exert the super strong combat power of a late-stage star transformation cultivator. However, even a late-stage star transformation cultivator was far inferior to Zhao Qinglong in front of him. Han Fei could almost conclude that if he could not exert all his strength, he would probably not be able to defeat this person. The main reason was that there was a gap between him and Zhao Qinglong. He had not even reached the star transformation stage, while the other party was at the peak of the star transformation stage. It was not just a gap of one realm, but two. On the other side, Han Fei was pushed back thousands of miles. However, the faint smile on Zhao Qinglong's face gradually faded away at this moment. because although Zhao Qinglong easily took the Great Path Convergent Sword, he was still forced back more than 30 miles by this force. This surprised and puzzled him. Judging from this person's aura, he had just turned into a star. However, could a person who had just turned into a celestial star be able to withstand his Azure Dragon Sword chi? A person who had just turned into a star was almost safe and sound after receiving his sword. A person who had just transformed into a star could push him back more than 30 miles? Not only was Zhao Qinglong shocked, but Zhao Qinglong's teammates and Chao Mengde on Han Fei's side all widened their eyes at this moment. Chao Mengde exclaimed, F***CK, Brother Fei. Brother Fei can actually compete with Zhao Qinglong? Wu Bufan, gulp. So strong, but Brother Fei seems to be no match for it. Luo Dafei and Li Chun looked at Wu Bufan as if they were looking at an idiot. Are you King stupid? If Han Fei could rival Zhao Qinglong, wouldn't Han Fei be able to enter the divine list? Although Han Fei was arrogant, he was not stupid. With just one strike, he knew that he was no match for Zhao Qinglong in terms of frontal strength and overall strength. The only things he could use against Zhao Qinglong were the Void Theft Technique and the God-Sealing Spear. However, at this moment, within the God-Sealing Spear formation, 3 people had already been reborn at the same time. Wu Bufan wanted to rush in and kill those people, but the people in Zhao Qinglong's team blocked in front of Chao Mengde and the others. The people in Zhao Qinglong's team said coldly, I gave you face, but you still want to earn points? Are you dreaming? Wu Bufan, damn you, do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I can get someone to kill you with a little money. Luo Dafei, get out of my way. Go to the Fighting Dragon Street and ask around. Do you know who Brother Dafei is? Get out of my way before I get angry. Luo Dafei and the others' quarrel didn't affect Han Fei and Zhao Qinglong. In fact, Luo Dafei and the others just looked away. Looking at the two of them, they felt a little uneasy and had to find something to do. Zhao Qinglong said lightly, Interesting. Your physique is very strong, reaching the late stage of the star transformation realm, or even stronger. Your strength and comprehensive combat power have also reached the late stage of the star transformation realm. But your realm is much worse. If you completely grow to the peak of the star transformation realm, you may be a top heavenly talent comparable to Feng Yu. Han Fei didn't speak, quickly thinking in his heart which one could deal with this person, the Void Theft Technique or the God-Sealing Seal. However, Zhao Qinglong didn't give Han Fei much time to think. He just said, it just so happens that there is still some time before the major competition starts. It's not a bad idea to practice with you. The next moment, Zhao Qinglong disappeared, and what Han Fei saw was 10 times the speed of light. Oh no, it seemed to have exceeded 10 times the speed of light. Han Fei's heart trembled, and he remembered what Senior Brother Azure Dragon said. The heaven-opening state was generally within the range of 10 times the speed of light, unless some special heavenly talents had comprehended a special power. Now, the speed shown by Zhao Qinglong didn't seem right. It was a speed that almost exceeded conscious reaction. Han Fei's first reaction was to steal Zhao Qinglong's consciousness, but at that moment, Han Fei was still sent flying tens of thousands of kilometers away. It was too fast. At the moment when his consciousness was just born, Zhao Qinglong had already appeared in front of him, and his attack almost fell on him. However, Han Fei's physique was not bad. This was just an ordinary blow from Zhao Qinglong. There was nothing to be proud of even if he blocked it. After all, he was knocked back more than 20,000 kilometers by a punch. And the next moment, Zhao Qinglong just shook his head, and an eye suddenly opened between his eyebrows. Even though his eyes fell into chaos for a moment, the third eye suddenly opened, and Zhao Qinglong seemed to come back to his senses at once. Han Fei was surprised. Did he come back to his senses so quickly? This seemed to be a bit beyond his expectations. It didn't even take a second, right? It was just an instant. Then, Zhao Qinglong once again burst out with a terrifying speed more than 10 times the speed of light. This time, Han Fei stole Zhao Qinglong's speed with a thought. Zhao Qinglong staggered in the void, and when he was about to hit the ground, his body suddenly regained its balance, and he tapped the ground with one foot. His whole body continued to rise into the air. Rumble, a mountain range collapsed directly, and Zhao Qinglong rushed towards him without slowing down. However, Han Fei clearly found that he seemed to have stolen a special kind of speed, a kind of weird speed that was like a dragon leaping through the sea of stars and shuttling through the void. Han Fei only felt that this didn't seem to be the power of the humanoid race, because he seemed to see the shadow of a dragon. Han Fei subconsciously used it, but he still felt a little embarrassed. He subconsciously stepped on the ground, and his body also burst out with a weird speed. He dodged Zhao Qinglong's sword by the skin of his teeth. But Zhao Qinglong came too fast. He didn't care that his sword missed. Then he slashed back with his sword and turned into countless shadows. With Zhao Qinglong's speed, Han Fei didn't completely avoid it, so he stole Zhao Qinglong's great path again. And this time, Han Fei felt that he was touching an extremely weird great path. It was a dark shadow. A pair of scarlet eyes glanced at him, and Han Fei instantly bled from his eyes, nose, mouth, and mouth. Before he felt the great path he had stolen, the great path had already broken free. His void theft technique was actually blocked by the other party? How is this possible? No, there's another existence in his body. Han Fei clearly knew that even if the target was a venerable emperor, he could steal a kind of power. However, the scene that he had just witnessed seemed to be somewhat inconsistent with the power that Zhao Qinglong had displayed. The power bursting out of Zhao Qinglong's Azure Dragon Sword had the power to purify darkness. But what he saw just now was a little dark and evil. Why were these two completely different kinds of Daos in Zhao Qinglong? Either Zhao Qinglong was both good and evil, a Buddha on one side and a demon on the other, which was why there was such a weird extreme. Or Zhao Qinglong also walked on the great path of yin and yang, like Han Fei. Han Fei had this illusion, or there was another existence in his body. The reason why Han Fei felt that there was another existence in his body was that he had seen the same scene before. That was what the Azure Dragon looked like when he saw it for the first time in the Ideal Palace. At that time, it was this pair of dragon eyes that could make him unable to move. However, according to Han Fei's understanding, Zhao Qinglong couldn't be a member of the Dragon Clan because so far, the Dragon Clan had not been born. Senior brother Azure Dragon was a member of the Dragon Clan. If there was a strong member of the Dragon Clan walking outside, how could he not know? Wait, Han Fei suddenly thought of one thing. It was something that senior brother Azure Dragon and the others had talked about several times after the meeting. A black dragon in the Dragon Clan had defected, and with senior brother Azure Dragon's level, how could the black dragon be simple if he mentioned this matter? How could he be at the venerable emperor level? This also explained why Han Fei couldn't steal the other party's great path at all. At the same time, it also explained why Zhao Qinglong was able to break free the moment he tried to steal his consciousness. Although Han Fei was arrogant, he was not arrogant enough to fight against a venerable emperor. Han Fei was blocked by a sword. This time, he only stole the power of this sword and slowed down the surrounding time. Stop! Han Fei was almost pierced by the sword, and golden blood flowed out of his chest. But he didn't care at all. He raised his hand and said, "Stop, okay. You win." Chapter 23:66. Although Han Fei was reckless, he knew when he should be reckless and when he shouldn't. The moment he fought with Zhao Qinglong, he already knew that he couldn't defeat this person head-on. Originally, Han Fei wasn't afraid at all. Even if he couldn't defeat Zhao Qinglong, he could still run away. But now, Han Fei guessed that there was indeed a dragon in Zhao Qinglong's body, a black dragon that escaped from the Dragon Clan and a mysterious emperor-level powerhouse. How could he fight under such circumstances? Han Fei said, "I have to admit that I'm no match for you for the time being. So if you want this flag in this land, I'll give it to you. But Zhao Qinglong, I'll come to you for this land." At this moment, Han Fei pretended that he couldn't beat him, but he was still very tough. He knew that if there was an emperor in Zhao Qinglong's body, the God-sealing spear definitely couldn't seal this guy. Although this person hadn't fully revealed his speed, he was definitely not slower than I Ching. And if the black dragon burst out, as long as it lent a little power to Zhao Qinglong, it could even directly break the God-sealing spear array. As for the void-stealing technique, even without the black dragon, it couldn't trap Zhao Qinglong for long. This person walked the path of the invincible realm, so his will must be extraordinary. He was also a peak star transformation expert and a powerhouse on the verge of Dao proving. Even if Han Fei could steal his consciousness, it would only be for a very short time. During this period, Han Fei was sure that even if he let Zhao Qinglong beat him, it seemed that he couldn't kill him. Therefore, in general, Han Fei found that it was completely meaningless to fight Zhao Qinglong head-on. Moreover, he was not strong enough and might even be beaten up, so of course it was better to leave first. When he completed the birth of a star core, his strength would definitely soar. When he met this person again, he might have some confidence. Han Fei seemed to be admitting defeat. Zhao Qinglong took a deep look at Han Fei. On this trip, he only knew that Feng Yu and Wu Shuang were here, but he didn't pay attention to Han Fei at all. But after a round of confrontation, he found that this person was extremely strong. The point was, for some reason, he had an inexplicable hatred for Han Fei and a desire to kill him. Zhao Qinglong glanced at Han Fei indifferently and said indifferently, "In the next round, I will find you." Zhao Qinglong didn't chase after him because it was useless. He didn't plan to kick Han Fei out now. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill Han Fei. Han Fei glanced at Chao Mengde and the others and said, "Let's go." "What are you looking at?" Chao Mengde and the others suddenly shuddered and rushed to Han Fei desperately. Then they left this damn place without any hesitation. So far, they had gained a total of 3,278 points. After running for a long time, Chao Mengde and the others exclaimed, "F***CK, we are the ones who have challenged the experts on the divine list." Bo Wu Bufan spat out a mouthful of golden smoke at Chao Mengde and said, "Save it. It's Brother Fei who is challenging Zhao Qinglong. Who do you think you are? He can crush you with a single finger." Chao Mengde said, "I'm talking about Brother Fei. Although Zhao Qinglong is arrogant now, it's hard to say who will win if they are in the same realm." Luo Dafei echoed, "That's right. Zhao Qinglong is only at the peak of the star transformation realm. If Brother Fei is given more time, he won't be able to defeat the experts on the divine list." Li Chun said, "Today, he offended Brother Fei. Zhao Qinglong's days are numbered." Looking at the rich kids around who were bragging about Han Fei, Yi Lingling felt terrible. What kind of people are these people? They are the legendary experts on the divine list, the divine list. The super powerhouses that stood tall in the sea realm were all extremely talented. Each of them was blessed with great luck and had countless trump cards. You want Han Fei to fight those kinds of people? Yi Lingling didn't mean to look down on Han Fei. In fact, she felt that Han Fei was already very strong, super strong. In the few moments when he fought with Zhao Qinglong just now, to be honest, she couldn't see clearly at all, but it seemed that the two of them had fought back and forth. And to be able to fight back and forth with the experts on the divine list, it was obvious how strong Han Fei was. However, she felt that no matter how strong Han Fei was, it was only relative. In this world, there were ordinary people, heavenly talents, peerless heavenly talents, monstrous characters, and existences that she couldn't understand. In Yi Lingling's view, Han Fei was between those peerless heavenly talents and monstrous characters. Perhaps he was a character that she couldn't catch up with in her lifetime. And Zhao Qinglong, a powerhouse on the divine list, was an existence that she couldn't understand. Even if Han Fei didn't say anything from the actual situation, everyone knew that Han Fei couldn't beat him. Otherwise, with Han Fei's character, how could he just throw away the points that he had worked so hard to get? Of course, Yi Lingling and the others were also shocked that at the end, even though Han Fei had lost, his tone was not weak at all. It seemed that he was still challenging Zhao Qinglong, and the key point was that Zhao Qinglong didn't pursue the matter, which made them raise the level of Han Fei's strength again. Han Fei said, "Okay, it's just a loss. With our points, there shouldn't be much problem for us to advance." But in order to ensure that we advance, we still have to hunt normally. Hunt normally? Everyone felt that Han Fei's definition of hunting normally was very vague. Had Han Fei ever hunted normally? Obviously not. From robbing the Heavenly Clan repeatedly in the wilderness, to bravely breaking into the Fighting Dragon Street and making a lot of money, and then setting up the array to earn points, when had he ever hunted normally? However, they didn't know that after fighting with Zhao Qinglong, a flame was ignited in Han Fei's heart. He didn't know how long it had been since he had experienced this feeling of being completely defeated. Whether it was physique, speed, strength, soul, magic, etc., the other party was not weaker than him. This person was stronger than him. Han Fei suspected that in addition to physique, the other party's speed, strength, and soul might be more than 50% higher than his. Just now, Han Fei was 100% sure that Zhao Qinglong didn't use his full strength. Just now, Han Fei was 100% sure that Zhao Qinglong didn't use his full strength, or even 70% of his strength. What was even hidden in the other party's body was an Emperor Black Dragon, while what was hidden in his body was an old turtle that only knew how to sleep all day, and it was also a heaven-opening state cultivator. Of course, he didn't mean to look down on the old turtle. If the old turtle's original body was found, he could return to his original body and recover all his memories. He probably wouldn't be weak either. But this time, Han Fei realized that there was always someone better than him. If he had opportunities, so did others. Others' opportunities were not necessarily weaker than his. The Black Dragon was so powerful that even Senior Brother Azure Dragon had to remind everyone to pay attention to it. But that dragon was willing to hibernate in Zhao Qinglong's body, which meant that Zhao Qinglong himself was not simple. He had the ability to make the Black Dragon stay in his body. Therefore, this time, Han Fei easily realized that he was not strong enough. Or, he realized that on the road of cultivation, there would constantly be strong masters appearing, and those were mountains that needed to be trampled. However, as Chao Mingda said, Han Fei didn't think he would lose if they were in the same realm, and he didn't even need to be in the same realm. As long as he could completely withstand his full strength, he didn't think he would necessarily be weaker than Zhao Qinglong. In the eyes of others, Zhao Qinglong was an incomprehensible and unreachable peak. In Han Fei's eyes, this person was just a hillside on his road, and what he had to do was to flatten him. An hour later, Han Fei and the others encountered a team carrying a flag, which should have just been in a fierce battle. Such a team dared to carry a flag, so their strength was naturally not bad. After meeting Han Fei and the others, this team didn't see that Han Fei and the others had a flag. One reason was that they were not interested, and the other was that they were vigilant. The strong master in the other team said, "The road is facing the sky, so let's go our separate ways?" As soon as this person's voice fell, Han Fei's figure disappeared. Under the effect of the great path of time, Han Fei's speed soared to the fastest, 5 times the speed of light. The strong master's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? Do you think I'm afraid of you? However, just as he was about to make a move, he met Han Fei's eyes. The next moment, he only felt that he was in a trance, and then his body was penetrated by a variety of complex, intertwined forces of the great path. BM, boom! Han Fei killed this person with 3 consecutive blows. The first blow, the great path of convergence. The second blow, 300 invincible fist marks as fast as a punch, penetrated the opponent's soul. The third blow, the infinity water self-detonation. Of course, this was also because the opponent was not yet at the late stage of the celestial transformation realm. After all, not every team had a late-stage celestial transformation realm powerhouse. Among these 50,000 teams, only less than 5,000 had a late-stage celestial transformation realm powerhouse, which was less than 1/10 of the total. This could be seen from Han Fei's ranking in the second round. In the second round of the qualifiers, Han Fei passed 2 tests of the late-stage celestial transformation realm and was finally ranked 3,868th. From this, it could be roughly inferred that there were not many late-stage celestial transformation realm contestants, only less than 5,000. If he wasn't at the late stage of the celestial transformation realm, facing Han Fei, it was just a matter of how long he could last. In the shocked eyes of Chao Mingde and the others, a team of 7 people was completely wiped out by Han Fei in a total of 5 minutes. F***CK, Wu Bufan said to the others via voice transmission, "Brother Fei is angry now. Don't provoke him. He can do whatever he wants. We'll just follow him." Chapter 2367. Seeing that Han Fei was angry, Wu Bufan and the others were very obedient along the way. Until the last hour of the next night, Han Fei had already picked up 4 flags. During this period, he defeated 9 teams, and Chao Mingde and the others didn't even need to do anything. Han Fei finished everything in a moment. But this was not the end. In the last hour of the next day, under the leadership of Han Fei, they found a team of late-stage celestial condensation cultivators with 5 flags. He still didn't ask Chao Mingde and the others to do anything. In fact, it might be useless for them to do anything. Anyway, it took Han Fei 43 minutes to defeat the opponent's late-stage star condensation powerhouse and finally picked up 5 flags. So on the next day, Han Fei's final score was 4,234 points. And on the third day, Han Fei's mood seemed to have improved, and everyone was relieved. In the next 10 days, Han Fei no longer set traps. On the 5th day, Han Fei found Feng Yu. Han Fei didn't go to Feng Xingliu. It was useless to find him. If the people of the Heavenly Clan came again, he might not be able to suppress them again. Who knew if Zhao Qinglong would release the Heavenly Clan he had sealed? Besides, Feng Yu was the top powerhouse on the Heaven list. She was very powerful. Anyway, Han Fei didn't care about the battles after the 3rd round of preliminaries. It wouldn't be a big problem if he followed Feng Yu and got a few more flags. Of course, these were not the fundamental reasons why Han Fei went to find Feng Yu. The first thing he did when he saw Feng Yu was to say, "I saw the Black Dragon." The Black Dragon? Feng Yu didn't react for a while, but she recalled carefully. Wasn't it the first time she heard of the Black Dragon at the party in the Void Temple? Wow, although Feng Yu was surprised, she didn't show it. Where? Did he transform into a human form to participate in the divine land of the East Sea? Han Fei said, "He is hiding in Zhao Qinglong's body. A few days ago, I accidentally met Zhao Qinglong, fought with him, and found the Black Dragon hiding in his body." Han Fei believed in his judgment. The feeling brought by the void-stealing technique, Han Fei was sure that it was definitely the dragon. The failure of the void-stealing technique made Han Fei more convinced that it was the Black Dragon. Feng Yu asked, "Are you sure?" According to Senior Brother Azure Dragon, that Black Dragon was an Emperor-level master, right? Moreover, he's probably a powerful Emperor Realm Master. 90%. How should he deal with this matter? Should he inform Senior Azure Dragon to come over and get rid of the Black Dragon in his body? Also, this fellow, of all the names he could think of, you have to call me Zhao Qinglong. I don't think Senior Brother Azure Dragon can stand it. Feng Yu said, "We have to discuss this with Senior Brother Azure Dragon. If the Black Dragon is really hiding in his body, then who can be his opponent in this 100,000 years competition? Yes, he probably doesn't know that I've discovered his secret. But there's one more thing. This person is walking on the invincible path, and so am I. So, in theory, the two of us are natural enemies. If I'm not mistaken, he really wants to kill me right now." Feng Yu wasn't surprised by this, and she said, 300 years ago, Zhao Qinglong had just ascended to the divine list. It's just that he didn't take the same conventional promotion path as me. He didn't participate in the Divine Land Tournament in Zhonghai. He had directly killed Wang Feng, who used to be ranked 10th on the divine list. So, I've never fought with him. Han Fei thought of something and directly killed a powerhouse on the divine list. He suddenly appeared out of nowhere 300 years ago. It seemed that Senior Brother Azure Dragon said that the Black Dragon betrayed him only 500 years ago, right? So, in terms of time, it was completely correct. On the 12th day, because the distance between them and the Phoenix Feather Squad was not too far, the team's journey was smooth sailing. However, Han Fei didn't see Feng Xingliu all the way. God knew where this guy was fighting. On the 12th day, Han Fei's team score reached 7,204. In the following days, they actually didn't fight for many points. Anyway, Han Fei felt that this score was definitely enough for them to pass the third round of the qualifiers. When the last hour passed, Han Fei suddenly had an idea. When he opened his eyes again, he had already appeared outside the Black Tower. Chao Mengde, Wu Bufan, and the others came out with Han Fei. Chao Mengde exclaimed, "It's so exciting. This is only the third round of the qualifiers, and it's already so exciting. What will the fourth round of the qualifiers be like?" Wu Bufan scoffed. "I really don't understand. Why are there so many rounds of qualifiers? What a headache." Li Qin asked. "In the next round of qualifiers, I'm afraid that someone will die, right?" Luo Dafei nodded. "It's very likely. If so..." At this time, Luo Dafei and the others looked at Han Fei. At this time, of course, they should turn to Han Fei for protection. Anyway, in the third round of the qualifiers, many teams knew that they were with Han Fei, so there was no need to hide it now. However, Han Fei said, "You guys, if you can get me the essence blood of divine beasts or ferocious beasts, I can consider doing you a big favor. This includes, but is not limited to, helping you survive, preventing your enemies from assassinating you, or even killing you. If the grade of this blood essence is high enough, I can even help you get rid of your competitors, or even the main bloodline's competitors." Wow, Chao Mengde and the others were stunned. Han Fei could offer 1,000,000 kilometers of resources before. Even if he wanted to kill his opponents, he would still need 500,000 kilometers of resources. But now, Han Fei proposed to exchange the essence blood of divine beasts or ferocious beasts. This was a F*King great opportunity. They were a big clan that had been passed down for countless years. They might not have anything else, but their heritage was extremely rich. Han Fei's words made Wu Bufan and the others tempted. "Even if I have to steal it, I must steal the essence blood of a divine beast." Han Fei reminded everyone via voice transmission, "It's best not to let others know about this. In addition, I don't want all the essence blood. I only want the good ones. Don't give me those inferior, ordinary, and insignificant ferocious beasts and divine beasts." Chao Mengde nodded. "Brother Fei, don't worry. I may not be able to get the resources, but this thing is usually used as refining materials. I think I can do it." Wu Bufan nodded. "Although the essence blood of high-level divine beasts is hard to find, Brother Fei, if you want it, I can definitely get it for you." "Brother Fei, wait for me. I'll look for it when I get home later." Yi Lingling looked at Chao Mengde and the others who looked surprised and surprised. It seemed that Han Fei had said something to them. Sure enough, I'm not on the same team as them. I just accidentally got assigned to the same team. This kind of team relationship should be disbanded from now on. At this moment, Luo Dafei said, "Miss Yi, you are an itinerant cultivator in the wilderness. You should already know how terrifying this competition is. If you want to compete for a ranking here, you don't even know what kind of terrifying opponents you will encounter. Miss Yi, if you don't mind, how about being a guest of the Luo family? In terms of resources and welfare, it should be much better than in the wilderness." Wu Bufan laughed. "Haha, Miss Yi, you can also join the Wu family. The treatment will be good, but I'm not lecherous." Chao Mengde nodded. "Miss Yi, you can consider this matter on your own. If you want to stay in the Divine Capital Dynasty, you can contact us." Han Fei's heart did a flip. In fact, Wu Bufan and the others were very smart. The forces in the family all belonged to the family, and they didn't trust many of them. Yi Lingling had shown that she was not weak in the past few days. When he didn't do much, Yi Lingling showed her strength. If he could recruit such a master, she would be a good confidant. Even in the Divine Capital Dynasty, it was not easy to find such a person. Han Fei also nodded slightly. "Their proposal is good. We can consider it." Han Fei. Hardly had Han Fei said that when Feng Xingliu ran over and patted Han Fei on the chest. He said helplessly, "Why didn't you come to me? I'm exhausted these days." Han Fei smiled. "What's wrong? Were you robbed?" Feng Xingliu looked disdainful. "How could I have been robbed? Of course I was the one who robbed others. Sigh, but to be honest, these people are too ferocious. For the past 12 days, I've been fighting almost every hour. Unfortunately, it's not easy to earn points. I only got 4,212 points. I thought you would come to me. I waited for you for so many days, but you didn't tell me if you were angry or not. Han Fei patted Feng Xingliu's shoulder and said, Not bad. Why would I come to you? Of course I trust you. Do you think I don't think you can pass the third round of qualifiers? Feng Xingliu scratched his head. Although it's a bit complicated, you're right. I don't need you in the third round. Hey, how many points does your team have? Feng Xingliu was familiar with Han Fei. He grabbed Han Fei's wrist and looked at it. Immediately, Han Fei felt his breath stagnate and his body stiffen. Han Fei patted him on the shoulder. You'll get used to it. Feng Xingliu, right at this moment, they heard the referee say, Everyone, the third round of the preliminaries has ended. Based on the data from your qualification tokens, according to the data on your qualification tokens, we set a qualification threshold of 2,378 points. Any team with a score lower than this will be eliminated. Wow, so high. Wait, how many people will you eliminate with such a high score? It's not fair. Some teams are so strong that one person can beat an entire team. Isn't the third round unfair? For a moment, there was a lot of discussion in the field. After a while, the referee waited for these people to finish shouting and then said in a cold voice, If someone fights a team alone, it only means that none of you will be able to enter the next round. Even if you do, you'll be eliminated later. Besides, the number of teams eliminated this time is not as many as you think. It's just average. A total of 27,689 teams have been eliminated this time, with a total of 207,661 people. It's just a little more than half. When the referee gave the specific data, many people fell silent. In terms of fairness, it was relatively fair. In fact, it was relatively fair. During these 12 days, they had enough opportunities to hunt and earn points. Unfortunately, they couldn't earn more points with their strength, so they were eliminated. There were weaklings in their team, but there were also weaklings in other teams. So, they had no one to blame for being eliminated. Only those who thought they were strong felt that they should be able to enter the final arena. However, the referee told them that they were just eliminated early. Otherwise, they would still be eliminated if they met people of the same level in the arena, so it was meaningless. However, the referee told them that they were only eliminated in advance. Otherwise, if they went up to the arena and met someone of the same level, they would still be eliminated, so it was meaningless. Someone shouted, I'm ranked 39219, but there are still 160,000 people left. Why do I have to be eliminated in advance? Even if I can't beat them, I shouldn't be ranked like this. The judge said indifferently, the 100,000 years competition is for everyone to see. He needed heaven-opening experts of all levels, not just experts. Otherwise, why don't we just let late-stage, celestial transformation realm cultivators participate? Why do we need so many people to participate? Chapter 2368. Just like what the judge said, the 100,000 years competition was not for a small number of people to watch, but for everyone to watch. By then, those who passed the 4 rounds of preliminaries and entered the arena would be carefully selected. However, the final selection would definitely not be based purely on the rankings. There would probably be a suppression in strength. Of course, this was just speculation for now. That way, the arena would be exciting. Whether they hadn't turned into stars or had turned into stars, they could all see it clearly. Otherwise, if it was really a battle between experts at the late stage of the star transformation realm, to be honest, 80% of the people couldn't even understand it. They could only sit in the auditorium in a daze, which was of no benefit to their growth. The judge said, all participants that have passed the 3rd round of the preliminaries, please gather here in 7 days for the 4th round of the preliminaries. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Look, the ranking on the qualification token has changed again. Hearing this, Feng Xingliu quickly looked down, only to find that her ranking had changed to 4,066. Han Fei also looked down, only to find that his ranking had changed to 398th. Chao Mingda said, I become 131120. Li Chen was surprised. I'm 140215. Wu Bufan said, I'm 141123. Yi Lingling also looked down, only to find that her ranking had changed to 98,021. Her ranking had almost doubled, which surprised her quite a bit. Feng Xingliu twitched the corner of her mouth. In the end, Han Fei still became 300-something, but his ranking dropped, while her ranking rose. Thinking of this, Feng Xingliu was in a good mood. Hey, how about we pick up Qing Sheng? She has been fighting for 12 days. Let's go and have a meal without Feng Yu. At this moment, Feng Yu said to him via voice transmission, "Do you want to talk to Senior Brother Azure Dragon, or should I?" Han Fei said, "Senior Sister, you go. I had an epiphany during the battle with Zhao Qinglong, so I need to cultivate in seclusion for a few days." Feng Yu was surprised. Only 7 days, and you also want to cultivate in seclusion? Even if you have the Tao of Time, how long can you accelerate in 7 days? Han Fei said, "But we can't waste these 7 days, right? In any case, it doesn't matter who goes. The main thing is whether or not Senior Brother Azure Dragon wants to attack Black Dragon." Feng Yu nodded her head slightly. "All right. No wonder you've grown so quickly. You're really racing against time." Han Fei, are you listening to me?" Feng Xingliu shook Han Fei. He knew that Han Fei was talking to him telepathically, but he didn't know who he was talking to. For some reason, Han Fei's divine soul seemed to be abnormally strong. Wherever his divine will reached, he couldn't detect it, which made Feng Xingliu quite frustrated. At this moment, Han Fei also fell to gaze. It was from Zhao Qinglong. But Han Fei didn't care. He was sure that the Black Dragon wouldn't detect the voice transmission between him and Feng Yu. This dragon had hidden himself very well. If he dared to reveal his divine sense in this place, did he really think that the Fairy Capital Dynasty was a bunch of trash? Therefore, Han Fei and Feng Yu could chat freely without being monitored by the Black Dragon. Zhao Qinglong glanced at Han Fei, then turned around and left, but his eyes were very aggressive. Han Fei couldn't help but feel that when people on the road of invincibility met each other, one of them would die. Unless the gap was too big, they wouldn't even have the intention to kill. And people like Han Fei and Zhao Qinglong seemed to be at loggerheads. Even if Zhao Qinglong didn't find out that Han Fei was on the road of invincibility, he still had a strong killing intent towards Han Fei, which proved that this was also the destination of the road of invincibility. In the end, Han Fei didn't accept Feng Xingliu's invitation to eat hot pot, mainly because his time was too precious now. Zhao Qinglong had a killing intent towards him, and this killing intent forced him to work hard to grow up. On the natal star, Han Fei's natal star had been precipitated. Now in the earth veins he created, a large amount of earth vein spring had been born. With enough energy support, Han Fei crazily accelerated the birth of the star. Half a day later, on the natal star, more than 6,000 volcanoes began to erupt, and a large expanse of black clouds enveloped the sky of the natal star. This time, Han Fei completely returned I Ching star core to its original form. Because it had only been a short time since the last time, this time, Han Fei's natal star had almost become a star burning with raging flames. Of course, this wouldn't affect the earth vein. He just needed to comb the surface a little. At this moment, Han Fei could sense that his natal star was filled with terrifying energy. This energy manifested as burning on the surface, but manifested as the impact of energy scattered in the earth vein underground. Because Han Fei had already shaped the earth vein, there were no crustal movements or earthquakes for the time being. 3 days later, above the star sea, on the fire curtain of the altar, the god of war sent a message. "Wow, it's only been a few days, and you've already finished the meridian molding?" Han Fei responded, "Senior god of war, I have to be fast. I met a strong person on the sea god list who is on the road of invincibility. I have a hunch that I will fight him one day." The god of war asked, "Didn't I tell you to stay low for now? How did you get into trouble with a strong person on the divine list?" Han Fei said, "Who knows when trouble will come? Now that I've finished the meridian molding, the energy on my natal star is overflowing. I feel that it's time to give birth to a star core. To give birth to a star core, the star core should be constantly compressed, right? Are you going to suck back all the energy that has been released?" On the fire curtain, the god of war responded, You've taken someone else's star core. How do you feel when you take it? Han Fei said, "It contains extremely strong power of the Great Way, which is extremely repulsive to me. I must first erase the aura of the Great Way in the other party's star core before I can use it." The God of War said, "That's it. The star core is a core with a foundation. And the core of the star core is the Great Way. To be precise, you first have to condense the Great Way crystal, use it as the foundation, and then cover it with energy. After a long period of accumulation and the accumulation of countless resources, you will create a star core full of terrifying energy." Han Fei said, "Got it. The problem is that I've taken too many Great Ways. Which Great Way should I condense the Great Way crystal with?" The God of War asked, "Haven't you taken a Great Way? A unique Great Way that belongs to you?" Han Fei thought about the huge mirror at the end of the road behind the Jade Bridge. Until now, he still hadn't figured out what his great Tao of self was. If he had to use his Great Way as the foundation of the star core, it would be a bit difficult. Han Fei asked, "Do I have to use my Great Way? My other Great Ways are also very strong." The God of War said, "It doesn't matter after the star core is born, because the star core can fit with any Great Way. However, at the beginning of the star core's birth, the choice of its foundation is more important. Only your Great Way is most suitable for you. You can condense multiple Great Way crystals, but these Great Way crystals should only be attached to your Great Way. In this way, your star core will fit perfectly with you. Once the foundation is born, it will automatically absorb energy. You can engrave arrays to speed up the energy absorption, or you can let nature take its course. Anyway, from that moment on, your star core is born. Of course, you have to continue to prepare enough energy and vitality to prevent the star core from absorbing too much energy. The stronger you want to become, the more energy and vitality you need. At that time, most people will have insufficient vitality and reduce the absorption speed of the star core. Otherwise, you will overdraw your vitality, even the vitality of your own body." "Huh? Overdraw vitality?" The God of War said, "Yes, the birth of a star core requires enough energy and vitality as support. These two are the fundamental power that the star core can maintain the operation of a star. Otherwise, do you think all the strong people have to find the origin of the world? The origin of the world is the external manifestation of energy and vitality." Han Fei couldn't help but take a breath. Energy is easy. I can get other people's star cores to provide energy for me. But how do I get vitality? On the fire curtain, a few spots appeared, and Han Fei seemed to be able to see the God of War's speechless expression behind the fire curtain. The God of War said, "You can get a star core from other people's natal stars. Can't you deprive them of vitality too? Don't underestimate the vitality of these natal stars. If you can condense all of them, they are no worse than the world origin fruit. Think about it. The lifespan of a natal star is at least millions of years. As long as you don't mess with it, the vitality contained in a natal star will only be longer than that of its master. Of course, the vitality of different people's natal stars is different for you. You can't use your own to measure others." Han Fei immediately thought of something and quickly sent a message. "Senior God of War, how do I deprive vitality?" The God of War said, "I'm curious about how you obliterate the great Tao contained in the enemy's star core." Han Fei thought to himself, "How can I tell you that? I must keep the demon purification pot a secret, or what if you covet it too?" Han Fei immediately said, "My great Tao can obliterate the enemy's great Tao, but I haven't fully understood what my great Tao is yet." In the distant sea of stars, the God of War was puzzled. A great Tao that obliterates the enemy's great Tao? Is there such a great Tao? The God of War replied uncertainly, "I can teach you this technique first, but it will be very troublesome to teach it to you from such a long distance. I'm very weak now. You have to be considerate of me. Later, you can sacrifice a creature of the heaven-opening state to me. Keep the natal star for me. Don't take it away again, preferably within 10 years. How about that?" Han Fei said, "Senior, let me have a try. If everything goes well, it may not even take 10 years." Han Fei thought, that if the time of death appeared in the fourth round of the preliminaries, then not only could he retrieve the enemy's body, but he could also get the enemy's star core and the vitality in the natal star, which could greatly speed up the birth of his own star core. Sure enough, the god of war replied instantly, "Okay, boy, you must keep your word. Don't give me the star core after you take it out. Just take it." Chapter 2369. Above the sea of stars where Han Fei was, a green light suddenly appeared. After this green light appeared, it directly rushed into Han Fei's body. Han Fei was suddenly enlightened, and a great technique gradually emerged in his mind. Vitality Condensation Technique. Heaven-Opening Supreme Quality. Introduction. This is a technique to condense vitality, but this technique goes against the way of heaven. To use this technique, you must suppress all the rules within the range and condense the vitality within the range with your own vitality. All the creatures within the range will feel their vitality fading. When the vitality is completely condensed, everything within the range will wither and cannot be reborn. The gathered vitality has nothing to do with lifespan. Swallowing it by force will cause the body to explode and die. After the body explodes, the body will turn into all things and evolve into infinite creatures. Deduction not deductible. Note 1. This has reached the current deduction limit of the demon purification pot. If it deduces again, it will involve the mysteries of heaven and earth and will damage the demon purification pot. Note 2. Frequent use of this technique will strengthen your own hellfire, which may increase the danger of your tribulation. Seeing the introduction of this vitality condensation technique, Han Fei understood that from an ethical point of view, this was not a good technique. It only existed to quickly deprive vitality. And the note said that frequent use of this great technique would increase the danger of the tribulation. It seemed that if he wanted to take a shortcut, he had to pay a price. Using the life force contained in other people's natal stars to feed one's own was a shortcut. This shortcut not only saved countless troubles, but also a lot of time. However, while it was convenient for him, it would have some impact on him in the future. The specific manifestation might be that the heavenly tribulation might be more terrifying. However, at this point, Han Fei didn't have so much time to learn from those old monsters and spend thousands or even tens of thousands of years to condense vitality and slowly condense it into a star. If he really did that, he might have been killed halfway. He didn't deserve to be Zhao Qinglong's enemy, because if he gave him such a long time, he would have long become a Taoist and killed him easily. Han Fei continued to ask, "Senior God of War, I haven't figured out the great path of self yet. How can I use it?" The God of War replied, "You can use it however you want. Moreover, you don't even understand your own great Tao. You don't even know what your great Tao is. I'm so far away, so how would I know what your great Tao is? Oh, I'm tired. It's very tiring to deliver things from so far away. Let's talk next time." Phew, the curtain of fire was extinguished. War God had gone offline. In fact, Han Fei was quite curious about how the God of War could send him something from such a long distance. In fact, he didn't even understand the concept of long-distance chat. He had asked the God of War once, but the God of War said that this was something he didn't know and that he wouldn't understand it even if he told him. However, Han Fei felt that this kind of remote chat must be transmitted through some kind of signal, right? But didn't the signal require speed? Could signals be transmitted regardless of distance and time? If the signal had speed, how fast would it have to be? Wasn't this a little too *king fast? He could even reply in seconds. Thinking of Zhao Qinglong's speed, Han Fei couldn't help but think that it was more than 10 times the speed of light. This speed alone was already beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, wasn't it? Right now, he was using the space Great Tao and the time Great Tao. The fastest he could reach was 5 times the speed of light. How was he going to continue to exceed the speed of light? He had to ask his senior sister if she had any insights so that he could use it as a reference. After chatting with the God of War, Han Fei also got the answer he wanted. Now, everything was ready, except for the east wind. This east wind was Han Fei's ego Great Tao, the mirror at the end of the path behind the Jade Stone Bridge. In fact, in the past hundreds of years, Han Fei rarely thought of that mirror. The specific reason was that his current physique could no longer bear the power of this great Tao after it fully erupted. Therefore, he felt that he was not in a hurry, and there was no need to study the problem of that mirror first. But now, in order to have a star core, he needed to use the power of his ego great Tao and condense the great Tao crystal, which was a bit troublesome. Condensing the great Tao crystal was not troublesome, as long as there was enough aura of the great Tao. Just like the god's crystal, it was just a piece of cake for the gods. But at present, Han Fei couldn't clearly understand what his ego great Tao was. Therefore, he was thinking about how to condense the great Tao crystal. On the Jade Stone Bridge, Han Fei lay in the middle of the bridge for a while and looked down. In the projection, there were himself in front of and behind the bridge. On this bridge, he was not himself, but countless versions of himself. He had yin and yang sides, oh no, multiple sides. Han Fei had long understood the meaning of this. Han Fei walked down the Jade Stone Bridge and came to the road behind. There was nothing much to understand about this path. It was just a difficult and dangerous path. It was rather strenuous to open it up, but this road was mainly to draw out this mirror. At this moment, Han Fei walked to the end of the road in boredom. In front of him, there was an infinitely high mirror. In the mirror, Han Fei could see himself and even the road behind him, but he couldn't see the Jade Stone Bridge behind him. My ego great Tao. Han Fei shook his head. Why did I take such a road? Is this my road? Han Fei clenched his fist and punched the mirror fiercely. However, when his power fell on this mirror, nothing could shake it. Han Fei looked at the mirror wall. No matter what he did, his reflection in the mirror didn't move at all. If this is a mirror, why didn't he move when I moved? Is it me in the mirror? Han Fei sat cross-legged. Everything was ready except for the east wind. If he wanted to condense the crystallization of his ego great Tao, he must first know what his great Tao was. Han Fei had a hunch that if he couldn't crack this mirror, he might not be able to produce a star core for a while. After staying here for a year, Han Fei had tried all kinds of methods. He tried to communicate with himself in the mirror with his soul, tried to penetrate it with his yang spirit, tried to integrate other great Taos, tried to practice great techniques again, and tried to smash with knives and axes. However, the mirror remained motionless, and so did his reflection in the mirror. At this moment, Han Fei was imitating himself in the mirror. The two of them maintained the same posture and state, looking at each other. They looked at each other for a long time. Suddenly, Han Fei activated his ego great Tao. All this time, he had been using his Tao seed to activate his Tao Tao. This was the only evidence that he was sure that he existed in the ego great Tao, because this Tao seed was inexplicably born by himself. When crossing the Jade Stone Bridge and opening this road, Han Fei could always activate the Tao seed, so he knew his current strongest state. Now, although he could fully activate the Tao seed, he couldn't bear this power. At this moment, standing here, he tried to activate all his power in his ego great Tao. In fact, he had tried this method countless times. But every time, he couldn't fully activate all his power because he couldn't hold it. So Han Fei wondered if it was because he hadn't been able to fully activate all his power, so he couldn't break this mirror. If he could fully exert all his power in his current state, would he be able to break this mirror? Han Fei seemed to have made a decision. With a thought, he left the Jade Stone Bridge and left the Origin Sea. In the Sea Expansion Realm Participation Area, Zhang Daqian suddenly opened his eyes because he knew that his main body had come. Han Fei took the risk to come to Zhang Daqian's place. Of course, he came with the body of Black Fog. Then little Fatty popped out with a swish, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared between the eyebrows of Han Fei's main body. For a long time, Neza had been leading the nine-tailed mantis Shrimp and Simp, while Zhang Daqian had Little Fatty and Little Gold. With the incarnation, they had a lot of space to gain experience. But with Han Fei's main body, they could only lie on the life star and sleep. At this moment, Little Fatty had already reached the peak of the Sea Expansion Realm. After all, it was not short of resources. It only took a moment for Han Fei to return to the life star again. Little Fatty appeared on the life star. It seemed to have guessed what Han Fei was going to do. Little Fatty couldn't help but say, "Are you going to commit suicide? Although I can help you be reborn, I only have 5 chances left. Every time I use them, there will be 1 less chance." With a thought in Han Fei's heart, all his resources gathered here, piling up into an endless mountain of resources. Han Fei said, "Some things must be done once, and some hurdles must be overcome once." With that, the jade stone bridge appeared. Han Fei walked on it, and then little Fatty didn't know what happened. Coming to the mirror wall again, Han Fei took a deep breath. Even if he couldn't bear all the power, it shouldn't be a problem for him to explode and collapse. After all, this was his life star, and all the power of his main body wouldn't disappear and could be regathered. At most, it would take him some time to make up for it. And now, there should be less than 3 days left in the outside world. Even if he died and was resurrected, it would take him less than 2 years. This was different from the previous resurrections. In the past, there were no resources for resurrections, and they had to be naturally absorbed from the void. But now, he had plenty of resources, and he was on his own life star, so the resurrection speed would be very fast. Han Fei took off the God Thought beads and activated the Tao. Suddenly, his strength was 3 times as strong, and his body was immediately filled with infinite power. However, this was not enough. Han Fei made up his mind and increased his strength by 4 times. Bam! 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 At that moment, Han Fei's flesh and blood exploded and even began to collapse, turning into a paste. However, Han Fei was still conscious at this time. 5 times. Crack, crack, crack. When Han Fei shouted 5 times as strong, he punched the mirror in front of him with his last consciousness. However, Han Fei thought that he was punching his own fist, but in fact he was just punching out a mixture of flesh and bone fragments. Gotcha! There seemed to be a cracking sound, but Han Fei didn't see anything. At this time, he had already exploded. At the last moment, he seemed to feel a flash of golden light suddenly illuminating him. Chapter 2370. Scorching. The moment Han Fei regained consciousness, he felt unusually scorching, as if his body was flowing with magma-like blood and he was in the star core. No, Han Fei didn't even feel such pain in the star core. It was a kind of scorching soul. However, in this scorching heat, Han Fei seemed to feel that his blood was boiling. He felt that every part of his flesh, blood, bones, and meridians was emitting unparalleled heat. Will I experience this in my rebirth? Why didn't I feel it before? Wait. Han Fei was shocked. That's not right. He suddenly remembered that at the last moment, he seemed to have heard the sound of something shattering. The shock and the inexplicable surprise in his heart made Han Fei quickly come back to himself. However, when Han Fei's consciousness returned, he suddenly found that he was still standing on a road behind the Jade Bridge. Yes, this road was opened up by him. How could Han Fei not recognize it? Han Fei saw that a road appeared in front of him inexplicably, but this road scared him a little. It was a strange and dazzling road. It was different from the road he was standing on. The road in front of him seemed to be a shadowy world outlined by many strange lines. Han Fei could see the rocks, and the undulating wilderness on both sides of the road. However, what formed their existence seemed to be a corroded ruin. Among the mixed light and shadows, there was a sense of death, evil, pain, and even an inexplicable fear and silence. Different from the creepiness on both sides of the road in front of him turned out to be a yellow mud road. There was fog on the road, but the fog was not thick. Han Fei could vaguely see that at the end of the road, there was an extremely high gate, which was countless times larger than the bronze gate at the entrance of the Void Temple. Therefore, even though he might be very far away from the gate, Han Fei felt that he could see it, and even felt that it was not very far away. Unfortunately, because of the faint fog, Han Fei couldn't see the specific appearance of the gate, nor could he see if there was anything special on the gate. However, from the door to where he was now, Han Fei felt that there was light coming from there. Moreover, he could feel an abnormal heat. The heat on his soul was coming from the direction of the giant door. Even now, Han Fei could still see the golden shimmer shining on him through the mist. This was a reason why he felt so hot. In addition to the scorching heat, Han Fei also sensed a massive amount of Tao. Yes, Han Fei could tell that it was a kind of Taoist aura, the kind of power that burst out when the Taoist seed was activated. The Tao rhythm of the great Tao of self? This is the world behind the mirror? Han Fei suddenly looked back. He could still see that it was the direction from which the Jade Bridge came, including the main road under his feet. Wait, he was resurrected? Han Fei quickly looked down at his body. He didn't know when his body had recovered, but at this moment, he wasn't circulating the great Tao. However, Han Fei soon discovered that tremendous changes seemed to have taken place in his body. Immediately after, he suddenly felt that 100 drops of golden jade essence had appeared in his bones. Yes, this number, no more no less, was exactly 100 drops. Han Fei had known how difficult it was to obtain the golden jade essence before. Before he practiced the 9th level of the void fishing art, he only had a few drops of golden jade essence. Later, after the lightning baptism, his golden jade essence became 160 drops, and after the experience, cultivation, and breakthroughs, he only had 8 drops. A total of 168 drops. But now, for no apparent reason, he had suddenly gained 100 drops of golden jade essence. Han Fei couldn't help but remember that when he lost consciousness, he seemed to see a golden light at the last moment, which seemed to sink into his body. Gudu. Han Fei felt that he couldn't stand the faint light shining in front of him. It was too hot, and he felt that staying here for a while was extremely painful. He hurriedly took a few steps back, and then he felt a little better. However, the faint golden light had already shone on the main road that he had opened up. When Han Fei retreated to the side of the Jade Bridge, he felt a little better. But compared to before, Han Fei felt that his Tao had changed. Even when he came to the Jade Bridge, he still felt a little hot. Han Fei didn't condense the Tao crystal immediately, because he felt that it was a bit unbelievable that 100 drops of golden jade essence suddenly appeared. These 100 drops of golden jade essence meant that the upper limit of his physique would definitely be greatly improved. However, wouldn't it take a lot of time to produce so many golden jade essences? He didn't want to spend too much time on the natal star and miss the 4th round of the qualifiers. If that happened, he would be screwed. Han Fei came out of the road and happened to meet Little Fatty's eyes. Han Fei hurriedly asked, "How long have I been in?" Little Fatty's big eyes revealed a weird look. "Didn't you just go in? Only 6 hours." Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. 6 hours? Are you kidding me? 100 drops of golden jade essence were produced in 6 hours? Han Fei had passed the Jade Bridge before, but he wouldn't stay in it for long, so he didn't think about it before. But now he had an extra 100 drops of golden jade essence, and it only took him such a short time? Okay, got it. Right. How many times can you be resurrected? Little Fatty looked at Han Fei as if he were an idiot. "You're not dead." "Of course, 5 times. Han Fei was shocked and then slightly nodded. "You stay here. I'll go in again." Then the Jade Bridge reappeared, and Han Fei exclaimed when he reached the bridge, "Shoot, I'm not dead. Then how did I reconstruct my body? Shouldn't my body explode when I have 5 times the strength? Even if I can reconstruct my body, I should have consciousness. Why don't I even have the most basic consciousness?" There was no reason for everything, and he couldn't find a reason. Han Fei felt that if he could walk on the yellow mud road, he might be able to detect something. Han Fei did so. The moment he walked on the lush road against the scorching heat, Han Fei felt that his whole body was burning. "Oh shoot, it's hot, it's hot." Han Fei felt that the soles of his feet and his body were burning too. Fortunately, he was not burned to death, or rather, he had just taken the first step, so he was not burned to death. But if he walked further, he might be roasted. Forget it. I'll walk later. It must be because I'm too weak. I'll definitely be burned to death if I go there recklessly. Han Fei didn't care about how he reconstructed himself. Since time passed very slowly in his natal star, He should condense the Great Path crystal as soon as possible. With a thought from Han Fei, a Tao aura hovered and compressed in front of him. There was no telling how long it had been, but it should be very soon. A fist-sized golden crystal appeared in front of him. When Han Fei sensed the intense Great Path, he knew that he could condense the Great Path crystal. After condensing it, Han Fei retreated as if he were fleeing. Halfway there, Han Fei turned back to take a look. He had a question in his mind. Since there was still a path behind them, why did they erect a mirror there in the first place? Weird. Han Fei was puzzled. He really didn't know what his Great Path was doing. There was a jade bridge, a mist path, a mirror wall, a yellow mud road, and a giant gate in the distance. Even though he had broken the mirror wall, he still knew nothing about his Great Path. Han Fei came out again, and little Fatty's big eyes were still staring at the place where he disappeared. Han Fei asked, "How long was I gone?" Little Fatty replied, 10 minutes? Very short anyway. Oh, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Okay, I'm fine here. I'll send you back. Little Fatty glanced at the mountains of resources here and couldn't help but ask, "Can I take some resources back?" Hee, take them. You can't stuff too many anyway. Little Fatty didn't refuse. It collected at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers of resources. It didn't stop until the Origin Sea was full or even force him in. Han Fei didn't expect that he didn't use Little Fatty. After sending Little Fatty away, Han Fei returned to the Origin Sea. He first activated his Great Path to see how much he could bear now. After the test, Han Fei was roughly sure that his upper limit was about 5 times without the assistance of the divine thought beads. It didn't increase the upper limit by much, but it was still an improvement. Then he walked on the yellow mud road for a while, with his strength increased by 5 times. He walked forward for about 10,000 meters, but it was getting hotter and hotter. The power that burned his soul was too much for him to bear, so he retreated. However, Han Fei could tell that when he activated his Great Path, he could indeed walk on the yellow mud road for a while. He could even feel that if he stayed here for a long time, his body and soul seemed to be strengthened. Although it wasn't a lot, it was strange. Could he cultivate in his Great Path again? 1 month passed. In the core of his natal star, a total of 9 Great Path crystals floated in front of Han Fei, with the Great Path crystal as the main body and the 8 auxiliary Great Paths as the foundation. In fact, if Han Fei wanted to, he could even have 80 auxiliary Great Paths, but what he pursued was the essence, not all Great Paths. Besides, the auxiliary Great Paths could be integrated into the star core at any time. It wouldn't be a problem to put as many Great Paths as he wanted. For example, the 8 Great Paths he chose were the Yin-Yang Great Path, the Space Great Path, the Gravity Great Path, the Apocalypse Great Path, the Invincible Path, the Time Great Path, the Life-Borrowing Great Path, and the Speed Great Path. Han Fei felt that it was best to cultivate the Great Path of speed alone. Sometimes, speed was very helpful in battles. Fortunately, he didn't have much time now. Otherwise, he would study it carefully and see how to improve his speed quickly. After the foundation of the star core was formed, Han Fei connected a trace of the vein he created with the foundation of the star core. Immediately, Han Fei felt a massive amount of energy gathering. The energy surged like a tide, and the Great Path crystals were immediately enveloped and caught in an energy vortex. At this moment, Han Fei's star core was finally born. Chapter 2371. As soon as the star core was born, Han Fei suddenly felt that this life stars seemed to be feeding back to his body. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to have an epiphany. When the time was right, he could connect the meridians of his body with the earth veins of the life star, and then his body would be directly connected to the star core, making the star core his second heart. At that time, he would be able to achieve a leap in strength. But not now. He had to at least wait until the initial stage of growth of the star core was over. Although the star core had just been born and could crazily absorb the energy of the life star, there was too much energy in his life star. According to this absorption method, it would be difficult to gather the energy in the source sea in less than 1,000 years. Han Fei couldn't help but remember that it took 300 or 500 years for the two star cores to release the energy in total. The recovery was slower than the release. Even if it was on the Life Star City, Han Fei wouldn't wait for 1,000 years. He immediately began to engrave an energy storage array outside the star core, in the center of this place. A year later, after several improvements, considering the speed of condensing the star core, if it was too fast, it would expand too much. So during this period, he set up a space array to compress the energy in this place and increase the density of the star core. In the end, Han Fei finally managed to increase the speed of the star core, gathering energy by about 10 times. However, there were also shortcomings. That is, the energy storage array was exposed to the impact of energy for a long time, and the array was easily destroyed and corroded. Therefore, according to the time flow rate on the Life Star, an energy storage array might not even last 200 years. Sure enough, in essence, I'm not that rare genius in a million years. Han Fei really didn't understand how Feng Yu reached the peak of the star transformation realm at the age of 1,800. It was simply incomprehensible, unbelievable, and inexplicable, which made Han Fei very jealous. Han Fei dared to bet that if he didn't accelerate time, it would take him 8,000 years to reach the peak of the star transformation realm. But Han Fei didn't panic. Under the energy storage array, 1,000 years could be shortened to 100 years. And the time flow rate on the Life Star was different from that of the outside world. 100 years would take about 4 months. Although the 10,000-year grand competition was around the corner, it was not something that could be finished in 4 months. Therefore, in theory, he would need at least 4 months, or at least 3 months, before he could connect his body to his natal star more closely. However, there was still one more day before the 4th round of preliminaries. Unfortunately, the time was too short. It was already very impressive for him to be able to progress from Earth vein formation to star core formation in these few days. At the very least, he had experienced life and death once. Although he had not died, it at least meant that he had the courage to face death. Of course, little Fatty had to be there first. Buzz, he returned to the outside world. There was no one in his courtyard. After the 3rd round of preliminaries, Han Fei said that he was going to cultivate in seclusion. He didn't know if Feng Xing Lu came to find him. But regardless of whether he came or not, it was impossible for him to find her. So Han Fei turned around and went to Feng Yu's house first. The place where Feng Yu stayed was especially easy to find. It was number A2. When Han Fei came, Feng Yu was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard alone, seeming to be cultivating. Seeing that Han Fei had come, Feng Yu said angrily, "Little junior brother, aren't you cultivating a little too hard? I sent people to check on your courtyard 6 times, but you weren't there even once. You're not cultivating in the sea of stars, are you?" Han Fei smiled awkwardly. "Huh. Well, it's mainly because I gained some enlightenment from the battle with Zhao Qinglong." "Yes, I gained some enlightenment." Feng Yu rolled her eyes and said, "I've been waiting for you here for the past few days and haven't gone anywhere." "Oh, it seems that it's not good to be a senior sister. Why was a little junior sister? It was so comfortable." Han Fei changed the topic. "Senior sister, what did senior brother Azure Dragon say?" Feng Yu said, "Senior brother Azure Dragon said that we should be careful and not be enemies with this person. If we have already become enemies with him, then..." As she spoke, Feng Yu took out a green dragon scale, which made Han Fei dumbfounded. Name: Green Dragon Heaven-Defying Scale Introduction. The Heaven-Defying Scale of the Sovereign Dragon Clan, activated by Essence Blood, could be used as the foundation to strengthen the body and soul, temporarily gaining part of the Dragon Emperor's combat power. To use the Green Dragon Heaven-Defying Scale, a lot of energy resources must be prepared. Quality, ultra-quality divine artifact. Usage once cannot be recast. No refining required. When Han Fei saw this scale, he knew the result of the conversation between Feng Yu and senior brother Azure Dragon. Han Fei asked, "Did senior brother Azure Dragon give it to you?" Feng Yu nodded. "Yes, this is the Green Dragon Heaven-Defying Scale. If you are forced to fight him to the death, you can use this scale. You and I will each take one of these scales. Whoever fights against him will use it. However, it's best not to use at the same time, because if we use the green dragon heaven-defying scale, we may expose our identities as disciples of the Void Temple. Han Fei looked at Feng Yu in surprise. Feng Yu said, "Don't be surprised. Although Senior Brother Azure Dragon is a dragon and lives in seclusion, but a long, long time ago, Senior Brother Azure Dragon also appeared in the world and was invincible. Senior Brother Azure Dragon is not sure if anyone in the Divine Capital Dynasty will recognize his scale." Han Fei couldn't help but think for a moment. What if I expose my identity as a clone of the Void Temple? Feng Yu pondered for a while. Nothing. Most forces in the Sea Realm, of course, don't dare to fight with the Void Temple and the Temple of Time. However, if my identity as a disciple of the Void Temple is exposed, I'm afraid I have to be careful of the Temple of Time and the Temple of Undying. Once you're targeted by these two great halls, it won't be easy for you to travel around freely and explore the Sea Realm. Han Fei couldn't help but grimace. Han Fei didn't want to fight with the two temples now. Compared with others, he was an independent cultivator and had a lot of things to do. Once he was targeted by these two temples, his hands and feet would be tied. How could he do anything? Besides, Feng Yu actually shouldn't expose her identity as a disciple of the Void Temple at this time. Feng Yu was about to prove her Tao. Maybe after this 10,000-year competition, she would also prove her Tao after obtaining the starting land. If her identity was exposed, once the two temples or someone with ulterior motives tampered with Feng Yu's Emperor Tribulation, it would be a big deal. As if seeing Han Fei's worry, Feng Yu said, "Don't worry. The worst result is not as bad as you think. With eldest senior brother around, it is almost impossible for others to destroy my Emperor Tribulation. Once I become an emperor, even if the two temples know, they probably won't bother me, because I have already proved my Tao. It's meaningless to bother me. But, junior brother, if you meet him, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you in the future." Han Fei frowned slightly. Can that black dragon appear in the Divine Capital Dynasty? Feng Yu said, "I asked this question. Senior Brother Azure Dragon said that he would tell the Dongwu Emperor not to let the black dragon act violently. So, using the Azure Dragon Heaven-defying scale is only the worst-case scenario. In theory, Zhao Qinglong wouldn't completely rely on the power of the black dragon. However, it's still possible for the black dragon to lend him a little power. Besides, with his strength at the peak of the star transformation realm, junior brother, you should be no match for him now. So, my suggestion is, don't fight him if you can." Han Fei shook his head slightly. On the road to the invincible realm, either he or I die. Even if we don't fight in the Divine Capital Dynasty, we still have to fight when we leave the Divine Capital Dynasty. Besides, even after the 4th round of preliminaries, when the arena competition begins, we will still meet him in the end. Feng Yu nodded slightly. "That's better. I'll meet him first. In addition to the Azure Dragon Heaven-defying scale, I'm also a member of the Phoenix clan. How can I not have any other means? So, junior brother, don't worry." Han Fei thought to himself, "I can't rest assured. I'm most afraid that I will have to fight Zhao Qinglong in the 4th round of preliminaries. In the 3rd round, the reason why Zhao Qinglong didn't make a move was probably because he knew he couldn't kill me. He let me pass the 3rd round of preliminaries in order to have a chance to kill me later." Han Fei's eyes became fierce. "Senior sister, I'm going to find Feng Xingliu first." Feng Yu was speechless. "Why are you looking for him? He hangs out with a bunch of rich kids all day and has been taught a lesson by me many times. He's simply a loser. So are you, hanging out with these people for no reason." "Loser?" Han Fei laughed to cover up his embarrassment. But Feng Yu didn't understand. Although these people were rich, they had many connections. In Feng Yu's eyes, Han Fei ran away with a swish. When it came to Feng Xingliu's side, he saw that they were playing a game called Four Seas War Chess. This kind of chess used the 4 divine provinces as camps, and each camp was given 36 cards. It was a secret chess strategy. The essence of this Four Seas War Chess was gambling. When Han Fei arrived, there were 2 tables of Four Seas War Chess in Feng Xingliu's yard. Feng Xingliu, Wu Bufan, and the other two were all smoking big pipes and exhaling smoke, shouting from time to time. At this moment, Wu Bufan spat out a mouthful of golden smoke and shouted, "Explode! I'll kill you with an ultra-quality divine weapon card." Feng Xingliu stepped on a stool. "Hey, you have an ultra-quality divine weapon card, but I don't? Haha, let's die together." "Pa! Who hit me?" Feng Xingliu was about to curse, but when he saw Han Fei, he said angrily, "Hey, I'm playing chess. Don't be a wet blanket." Han Fei said angrily, "Nonsense. Wu Bufan, Chaomengda. How's it going?" Chapter 2372. Because of Han Fei's arrival, Feng Xingliu's place was immediately closed. Wu Bufan and the others have been waiting for Han Fei here for a long time. Seeing Han Fei's arrival, they didn't disguise themselves. Immediately, Wu Bufan said, "Brother Fei, I've got something. Look, I got the essence blood of a prehistoric ferocious beast, the heavenly conch." When Wu Bufan took out something, the place suddenly glittered fiercely. Han Fei stomped on the ground and covered the yard of the Phoenix Starstream. Han Fei said, "Keep a low profile. What are you doing? Are you afraid that people don't know we're showing off our treasures here?" Wu Bufan quickly chuckled. "Keep it. I'll keep it." Han Fei nodded slightly. The thing that Wu Bufan took out just now had been sealed, but it was still ferocious. It was obviously extraordinary. Then, Chaomengda said, as if presenting a treasure, "Brother Fei, mine is not so ferocious. This is the essence blood of a divine beast, the divine tide whale, which ranks in the top 10,000 on the divine beast list." Han Fei's eyes immediately lit up. "Take it out and let me have a look." After that, Han Fei looked at Wu Bufan. "Take out yours and let me have a look." Feng Xingliu was dumbfounded, not knowing why Han Fei began to collect the essence blood of divine beasts and prehistoric ferocious beasts. When Chaomengda took out the divine tide whale's blood, blue light flashed, and Han Fei felt that the humidity in the courtyard had risen. "Oh my God," Han Fei asked, "what other blood do you have?" Luo Dafei quickly said, "Brother Fei, I have the blood of a divine beast, the green water Qilin." Han Fei frowned slightly. He already had that thing a long time ago. Han Fei shook his head. "No." Li Chen immediately sneered. "I told you, the blood of a green water Qilin is nothing. He was just a mythological beast, that's all." "Brother Fei, I have the blood of a thick earth dragon turtle." Zhou Run added, "Brother Fei, I have the essence blood of a prehistoric ferocious beast, the jellyfish fairy." When everyone took out the essence blood of divine beasts and ferocious beasts, he couldn't help but look at the demon purification pot. The sea species, 2962135 owner, 200016 nearby bloodlines. Twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, emperor sparrow, heavenly sea snail, divine tide whale, jellyfish fairy, deep earth dragon turtle, blood dragon shark, heaven striking jade shell, star scorpion. Recommended bloodlines: Deity tide whale, deep earth dragon turtle, jellyfish fairy, blood dragon shark, heaven striking jade shell, star scorpion. First of all, the jade water Qilin blood that had appeared before did not appear in the nearby bloodlines. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the divine beast's blood essence and the ferocious beast's blood essence were almost the same. Could it be that they could only get this level? Wait. Han Fei was surprised. There seemed to be a heavenly conch that didn't appear in the recommended bloodlines, which meant that the heavenly conch was of a higher level than the others. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Wu Bufan, although I don't know much about the rest, it sounds somewhat familiar. But what kind of conch is it?" Wu Bufan immediately grinned and said, "Brother Fei, I don't know either, but I've looked through the treasures in my family. It said that this heavenly conch was a spiritual beast that helped the gods deliver oracles in ancient times and was called an oracle. But it was clearly a ferocious beast. Many people of the Wu family once wanted to extract the blood of the heavenly conch to strengthen themselves, but they all went mad in the end. None of them could withstand the sky conch's vicious nature. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Anyway, it was a good thing. Han Fei immediately said, Wu Bu Fan, your essence blood is worth millions of resources to me. If someone from the Wu family wants to attack you in the trial, I can help you kill him, even if he is from the main branch of the Wu family. Maybe if you have any ideas, you can tell me. Immediately, Wu Bufan was refreshed and took a deep breath. Brother Fei, are you sure? Han Fei grinned and said, Of course. I've been paid to help you. Everyone couldn't help looking at Wu Bufan enviously. Among so many divine beasts' essence blood and ferocious beasts' essence blood, Wu Bufan's heavenly conch was the only one that caught Han Fei's eyes. In the next moment, Han Fei said, Except for the green water Qilin blood, I want all the other divine beasts' essence blood. However, their value is definitely not comparable to that of the heavenly conch. I can provide protection for you in the subsequent competition and help you resist the plots of other strong people of your clan. If it's convenient and the conditions are suitable, I can also help you get rid of the other members of the family who are not from the main family and have evil intentions towards you. Besides, from now until the end of the major competition, I won't ask for your resources anymore. After all, they were all divine beasts' essence blood and ferocious beasts' essence blood, which were all priceless. Moreover, the protection from now on was actually the protection for the fourth round of qualifiers. Because according to speculation, only in this round would there be deaths. Besides, even if there were deaths in this round, the proportion of deaths would not be very high. After all, the longer the selection was, the stronger the remaining people would be. And most of the participants in the selection were strong people from the divine EC. It was unreasonable and meaningless to cause the death of a large number of heaven-opening state powerhouses in one competition. Therefore, Han Fei felt that no matter what the rules of the fourth round of qualifiers were, the probability of death would not be too high. After accepting all their essence blood, Han Fei added, Of course, if any of you think the reward I gave is not enough, you can also take these essence blood back. I won't force you. Chao Mengde immediately said, How can I do that? I've already got it. How can I take it back? Brother Fei, aren't you making fun of us? Li Chen nodded. Yes, it's just the essence blood of a divine beast. It's impossible for me to take it back. Yes, Brother Fei, just take it. The most embarrassed one was Luo Da Fei. His green water Qilin blood was regarded as a common product, but in fact he was not confident when he brought it here. Now it seemed that it was still a garbage bloodline, worthless. However, Han Fei thought to himself, since so many people have helped him, and Luo Da Fei has been very generous before, it doesn't seem right for him to completely ignore them. So Han Fei said, Da Fei, fine, give me your green water, Qilin blood too. I can protect you. But I'll forget about helping you kill the experts of my clan, right? Luo Da Fei's eyes immediately lit up. Okay. Thank you, Brother Fei. I won't make trouble for you. After a while, after sending everyone away, Feng Xingliu asked in confusion, Wait, why do you want so much essence blood of divine beasts? Do you have a way to improve your bloodline? Han Fei looked at Feng Xingliu in astonishment. How do you know? Feng Xingliu said casually, It's not hard to guess. What else can the essence blood of divine beasts do you want except to improve your bloodline? To draw arrays and carve runes? In fact, they know that you will only choose one or two, but you want all of them. Han Fei thought to himself, God knows when the essence blood will be useful. He used it when he created Zhang Daiqian's clone. Feng Xingliu said, Let's go. You've driven them away. Go and have hot pot with Feng Qingsheng. No, I'm going back to cultivate in seclusion. Feng Xingliu was stunned. Wait, didn't you just finish your seclusion? Why are you in seclusion again? Tomorrow is the fourth round of qualifiers. Han Fei said, You know that I need to stabilize my natal star after I turn into a star, and I've learned a lot recently. Go eat by yourself. I should be free after a while. Saying goodbye to Feng Xingliu, Han Fei returned to the courtyard and couldn't wait to observe the essence blood of the divine beasts and ferocious beasts. In the end, he chose the essence blood of the deep earth dragon turtle. The deep earth dragon turtle was not a divine beast, but a primeval ferocious beast. This creature was a turtle with a dragon head and a dragon tail. It had a strong defense and could use its talent ability, absolute defense, to resist all damage within one major level for a certain time. The deep earth dragon turtle was rare. It was an extremely rare, ferocious beast with a violent personality, mainly because there were too many people looking for trouble. Because the deep earth dragon turtle was full of treasures, once it was discovered, it would cause a storm of blood. Swallow, in his natal star, Han Fei cultivated for a moment, and information popped up in his eyes. Owner Han Fei, level greater than 105, Sky Creator, Star Conversion, Vasi family tree greater than 200,016, evolving, 0/13064 years. Immortal spiritual energy, 420,000, divine soul, 7. 15 yuan, 7,157,564 points. Perception range greater than 7,150,000 kilometers, power 7. 19 star power, 719,9293 waves. First spiritual heritage, primordial vein, second spiritual heritage, vein of eternal darkness, first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 99. Second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow, level 101. Main art, void stealing, level 9 of void fishing, emperor ultra quality. Han Fei wasn't too surprised to see the new template. His power had increased by 100,000 waves, surpassing his soul for the first time. It must have been caused by the 100 drops of gold jade essence. Han Fei stared at the power of his soul for a long time and realized that he had to find a way to cultivate his soul. Once a star core was born, his body would definitely be stronger. Although his soul would theoretically be stronger, it wouldn't be that much. If it was only his body that was getting stronger, the gap between his soul and his power would be widened again. At present, the gap between the two was 41,729 points. According to the characteristic that the two could be exchanged, it would only take him a few days to reach an extreme balance. But Han Fei thought that the gap wasn't much, and his foundation was very solid now. In order to deal with the fourth round of the qualifiers, he might as well make up for it with energy crystals first. Chapter 2373. In the Outside World. The next day, Han Fei came out of his natal star and went directly to the island of number 101 in the heaven opening zone. Brother Fei, here. Chao Mengde and the others waved at Han Fei. They knew that Han Fei had been cultivating in seclusion recently, so they didn't want to disturb him. At this moment, they were all looking forward to Han Fei. Han Fei was their savior. Whether they could pass the fourth round of the qualifiers depended on Han Fei. Han Fei here. Feng Xingliu was with them, and Feng Yu looked over from a distance with a look of disdain. Everyone, including Han Fei, was despised by Feng Yu. Han Fei said, "Oh, you're here early." Wu Bufan said, "Brother Fei, we've been waiting here for a long time." "Well, Brother Fei, let me tell you something." Then Wu Bufan said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Brother Fei, whether we can survive this time depends on you." When Wu Bufan finished speaking, the others also looked at Han Fei and nodded slightly. It seemed that they all pinned their hopes on Han Fei. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Wu Bufan, Chao Mengde, and the others all looked relatively solemn. This made Han Fei feel that something was wrong. The fourth round of the qualifiers wouldn't be simple. He looked around. Compared with the first time they came to the number 101 island, there were too few people this time, only about 160,000 people. Logically speaking, with only 160,000 people left, they could directly enter the arena competition. As long as one round, half of the people could be eliminated. Besides, in this round, there were many relatively ordinary people. Of course, at this time, no matter how ordinary they were actually not weak. But now the Divine Capital Dynasty had its own ideas. When a referee appeared here, everyone knew that the new rules were about to appear. The referee's face was as indifferent as ever. Without hiding anything, he said, "First of all, congratulations to all the contestants present. You can pass the first 3 rounds of the qualifiers and come to the 4th round. But next, I will tell you a cruel fact. In the 4th round of the qualifiers, there will be a nearly 20% chance of death. So if you want to quit now, you can choose to do so. Once you make a choice, you can't go back on it. Although there were already rumors that there might be deaths in the preliminaries, Linyan was not a match for Linyan. At first, most people didn't believe it. The world needed strong people. Most of the places in the Sea Realm were just ordinary survival games. However, some places were still relatively cruel, such as the Sinkhole world where battles were fought all year round, or the exploration of distant stars. Moreover, the heaven-opening realm was not the sea-opening realm. Out of 160,000 people, even if only 10% of them died, that would still be 16,000 people. 20%, that would surpass 30,000 heaven-opening experts. How many sea expansion experts would it take to be born? Moreover, these more than 30,000 people were not weaklings who had just split open the sky. They were talents who had been selected through the wilderness audition of the Divine East Sea, as well as the Divine Capital Dynasty's 3 auditions. Which of those who could stand here were not geniuses? How could a Shun-Du dynasty tolerate the deaths of so many sky prides in this preliminary round? As expected, someone immediately voiced his doubts. It's just a tournament. Everyone is here to grow, to spar with other experts, to prove themselves, to learn and grow. Why would there be a death rate? That's right. We are all at the heaven-opening realm and have transformed into stars. Isn't this a little too dramatic? It's just a preliminary round. There are no rewards. Why would there be a death rate? For a moment, the scene was in an uproar. However, the referee was unmoved. Instead, he shouted, "When you have made your choice, I will tell you the reason. Now, since you are here, please choose whether to participate in the 4th round of the preliminary round." At this time, the referee's aura emerged, and a terrifying pressure suddenly suppressed the whole audience. Many people were shocked. Even Han Fei was shocked. Did this referee suppress the whole field by himself? Was he F*** at the peak of the star-turning realm? Definitely not. This was a F*** Venerable Emperor. Suddenly, Han Fei couldn't help but gasp. Shoot, the Divine Capital Dynasty had sent an Venerable Emperor to be the referee. Before this, no one had noticed it. Even Han Fei hadn't noticed it. This powerful Venerable Sovereign was forcing all the people present to make a choice without knowing the rules before the game. And most people could probably guess the reason. This Venerable Emperor wanted to see if they had the courage to face the 4th round of the preliminary round without knowing anything. However, most people felt that there was no need to show it in this way. They had all turned into stars. The probability of dying was 20%. The probability of dying for more than 30,000 people. How many years would it take for so many people to die in the wilderness? It would be thousands of years, if not tens of thousands of years, right? However, the referee in front of them didn't care. Now there were only 2 ways in front of them. Either they would fight or they would leave. Finally, someone couldn't stand the pressure. Perhaps he knew that his strength was actually weaker than most people. Those who stayed now were not all strong. From his own strength to the overall strength of the remaining people, that person felt that it would be difficult for him to compete with these people. There were only 160,000 people left, which meant that for every 3 people they met, one of them might be ranked within the top 50,000. This was too dangerous. So, someone shook his head. "Sir, I quit." A man shook his head. He had come here to seek opportunities, not to court death. Now that he hadn't seen any opportunities, he had to die first. Who would be willing to do that? He felt that even if he quit now, he could still watch the next round of the arena. It would also be wonderful. He could learn a lot from it and get a lot of inspiration. Why would he risk his life for an unknown? Even if he made it past the 4th round, he had stayed in the previous team because he had a strong team leader. How many rounds would he be able to fight in the arena? So, this person was very determined. Everything usually only needed someone to take the lead. After this person spoke, many people immediately followed suit. Most of these people were in the 3rd round of the preliminary round. They were relatively weak in their teams and had no confidence to face the 4th round of the preliminary round. However, there were some people who were different. For example, Yi Lingling, although she was no longer in Han Fei's team. However, She saw that Han Fei and Chao Mengde didn't move at all. It was natural for Han Fei to stay, but Chao Mengde, Wu Bufan, and the others were all famous playboys of the Divine Capital Dynasty. She had inquired about them in the past few days and found that they were no different from trash. In addition, in the third round of the preliminary round, Yi Lingling observed them. Even if they took out their divine weapons, their strength was not very strong. If they dared to stay, why couldn't she? After all, it was impossible for the fourth round to also be a team competition, so there was no point in competing. For them, the fourth round might also be very dangerous. However, these playboys still wanted to go, which also meant that even if the fourth round was dangerous, there was a reason for them to go. In a word, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Even if they died, they had to go. Unfortunately, most people did not see it as clearly as Yi Lingling. Voices rose and fell from the crowd. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, more than 13,000 people had withdrawn. Although many of the remaining people were hesitant, they felt that even if the fourth round was dangerous, it would not be so dangerous. Among the remaining people, there were still many whose strength was at the nascent transformation star realm. If it was easy to die in this realm, why was the mortality rate only 20%? Therefore, they felt that the rules would definitely protect them. At this time, the referee shouted, "Is there anyone else who wants to withdraw?" The venerable emperor referee shouted 3 times, and less than 100 people chose to withdraw. Then, the referee said coldly, "Since no one wants to withdraw, you can't withdraw now. Let me talk about the fourth round of the preliminary round." The referee said, "In the fourth round of the preliminary round, you will go to an extremely powerful starting ground. It is a place of great danger, a world of experts, a world of demonic creatures. Isn't the probability of death in such a place normal? 20% is because you are all celestial transformation realm experts. If not, the mortality rate will be much higher." As he spoke, the referee sneered, "As for the reward, this is a starting ground that is yet to be opened up. It is a reward in itself. This starting ground has countless treasures. As long as you survive and don't die, you will not suffer. This starting ground, a starting ground that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of heaven-opening realm experts. It turned out to be an undeveloped land. How many resources would there be in a starting ground of this size? No wonder there's a 20% probability of death. But it's a profit. The people who stayed could not help but be ecstatic. Most of them had not been to the starting ground. Even if they had been there by chance, they would only experience the benefits of the starting ground. As for the mortality rate, most of the starting grounds were hidden in the sea of stars. If they really went there, the mortality rate would be more than 20%. Suddenly, the people who stayed cheered and rejoiced, because most of them came for opportunities, and the fourth round of the preliminary round was an opportunity. Those who chose to withdraw were directly dumbfounded after hearing the explanation of the fourth round of the preliminary round. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. They were not afraid of death, but they were afraid of dying for no reason. If the fourth round of the preliminary round was to explore a super starting ground, they felt that they would most likely not give up. Looking at the more than 10,000 people who were surprised and even disappointed, the referee looked over with some pity and disdain. He said, "Dongwu Heavenly Emperor once said, 'Without the courage to die, how can there be glory in life? You all will never achieve greatness.'" Chapter 2374. Next to Han Fei, Chao Mengde couldn't help but click his tongue. A bunch of fools. They've passed the third round, but they gave up. How stupid. Wu Bufan scoffed. After all, not everyone is well informed. If they knew in advance, would so many people quit at once? Feng Xingliu asked, "You sound like you all know. Why didn't you tell us?" Wu Bufan said, "Brother Xingliu, we didn't know. We just guessed it. Besides, we can't tell anyone about it, or we might be held accountable. But rest assured, Brother Xingliu and Brother Fei, this is only the fourth round of qualifiers after all. It won't be difficult for you." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "I think, in this round of qualifiers, You are facing both a life-and-death crisis and a great opportunity, right? At this time, Chow Mung-da and the others couldn't help but nod. That was the truth. If they really planned to idle away for the rest of their lives, it didn't matter. They could continue to hang around in the Fighting Dragon Street. However, once a person had great power, who would want to stay in the divine capital dynasty for thousands of years? If they could stay for 10,000 years, could they stay for 100,000 years? If they could stay for 100,000 years, could they stay for 1,000,000 years? If they were human, they would have their own pursuits and wouldn't be willing to be mediocre. Even if they lived a drunken life, they would get bored one day. From what Han Fei saw before, he could tell that none of these guys had tried their best. They were hiding their strength, waiting for an opportunity to turn the tables. The reason why they all found Han Fei through Feng Xingliu. The main reason was that Han Fei was ruthless, independent, and unscrupulous enough. He was in the divine capital dynasty, but he dared to challenge the heavenly races and even killed I Ching in public. This ruthlessness and spirit were the main reasons why they found Han Fei to cooperate with him. Han Fei didn't ask much. When they showed their fangs was their own business. The referee continued. Before the start of the fourth round of qualifiers, everyone needs to be clear about a few things. The fourth round of qualifiers will last 3 years. You can't leave this round in advance. You must wait until the 3-year period is up. Although you can enter the Origin Sea, when the 3-year period is up, you'd better wait at the starting land. Otherwise, you'll have to find a way to return from your own universe. Immerse your divine sense into the qualification token, and you'll find basic information about the starting land. You will have a mission target, and you will know it when you check the qualification token. When the referee finished explaining the series of rules, he waved his hand, and the entire floor of the Black Tower behind him seemed to be covered by dense light and became a transmission channel. After everyone entered one after another, Han Fei and the others came to the Sea of Stars. Clearly, the Black Tower had only sent them to the Sea of Stars. However, above the Sea of Stars, there was a huge crack. It was obvious that this was the passageway to the so-called starting ground. The referee said, "The fourth round of the preliminaries is about to begin. Participants, please enter the arena immediately." Han Fei and Feng Xingliu looked at each other, and then at Feng Yu. Feng Yu didn't want to go with them. Truth be told, Feng Yu didn't need to carry them. In fact, Feng Yu was very curious about what little junior brother and Feng Xingliu were up to. The moment they were about to enter, Chow Ming-da handed Han Fei a few tokens and said telepathically, "Brother Fei, these can roughly sense our location." All right. After that, Han Fei took the things and walked into the entrance of this room without hesitation. The Celestial Capital Dynasty, controlled the entrance to the starting ground, and after some arrangements, it became a random portal. However, the Godly Capital Dynasty insisted on doing so. This was something they had carefully considered. Because the starting ground was very vast, they had to gather people in groups of 3 to 5 at the beginning. It wasn't impossible to form small teams, but after their judgment, if they invaded as a group, they would probably suffer the strongest backlash. The probability of the participants dying would be at least 30% or even as high as 40%. That way, too many people would die. It was unnecessary. When Han Fei appeared in this place, he found that there was no light here. The whole world was shrouded in darkness. He raised his head and looked at the sky, only to see a dark moon with a hint of grayish-white stars. However, the light was almost negligible. On the contrary, the spiritual plants and the rock moss on the ground in this world were emitting various kinds of shimmers. Han Fei scanned with his perception, but when his perception swept through this place, all the spiritual plants seemed to have sensed it and were all extinguished, leaving only boundless darkness around him. Han Fei frowned slightly. It was impossible for spiritual plants of this level to discover his perception. Then, if he had to give an explanation, it could only be that his perception was a different external force in this world, so ordinary spiritual plants were so sensitive. But Han Fei didn't care. He tried to explore his perception and found that the range of his perception was about 1/3 of the normal perception, which was more than 2 million kilometers. However, Han Fei felt that it should be related to the rules of this world. Maybe more than 2 million kilometers here was equivalent to more than 7 million kilometers in the dark world. Han Fei didn't know this before he perceived it, but when he did, he found that this was a world of pure darkness. Here, rivers, land, and oceans intertwined, quite complicated and dense. In Han Fei's perception, there were hundreds of thousands of spiritual fruits of various kinds. It was a pity that he didn't know what kind of spiritual fruit it was. And in his perception, there were some demonic plants hiding in the darkness. The strongest one that Han Fei found was in the sea expansion realm. However, the key was not that this was a demonic plant in the sea expansion realm, but that there seemed to be a lot of powerful creatures within his perception range. In his perception range alone, there were more than 100,000 creatures, and except for those basic spiritual plants, most of the creatures were above the venerable realm. If that was the case, then weren't there a little too many powerful beings here? Han Fei didn't immediately catch a creature to ask. After scanning with his perception, he immediately tried to communicate with his natal stars. And he found that, as the referee said, he could enter at any time. What's the difference between this world and the sea realm? Han Fei sensed the energy around him. When this energy was absorbed, Han Fei frowned slightly. It seemed to conflict with regular energy. The energy of this world seemed to carry some poison and some inexplicable power that tried to change the body. Han Fei clapped his hand backhandedly and dispersed all this energy. No, it's that we don't adapt to the rules of this world. Han Fei frowned slightly. According to what was said, there was about a 20% chance of death in this world. So it was impossible for the strong to fight without energy. Since it couldn't be absorbed here, what about in the void? Han Fei stretched out his hand, tore open the void, and stepped in, only to find that the void here was also full of this strange energy. If the void didn't work, then he could only go to the star ocean to absorb energy through his natal stars. Above the star ocean, Han Fei tried, and sure enough, the star ocean was more reliable. However, although the star ocean could replenish energy, he couldn't bring his enemies into the star ocean to fight, let alone bring his natal stars. And the 20% chance of death definitely meant that he would encounter a battle here. In addition to relying on the supply of resources from his origin sea, Han Fei thought that there would definitely be a reasonable source of combat energy. Han Fei immediately fixed his eyes on the creatures here. He grabbed in the void, and a giant tree was grabbed by Han Fei. This kind of creature seemed to have no sense of fear. When Han Fei grabbed it, it stretched out countless branches at Han Fei. Unfortunately, Han Fei squeezed hard, and the big tree directly exploded. At this time, a large number of energy bodies appeared. With a thought, Han Fei found that there was indeed a normal source of energy. Han Fei absorbed the energy in the bodies of the creatures, which didn't have any adverse effect on him. But to Han Fei's surprise, the creatures here were more like a kind of energy body, so when they died, they would turn into very pure energy. Han Fei couldn't help but understand. It turned out that the creatures here had the ability to filter the negative energy impurities of this world, so the energy they absorbed was all pure. When this large amount of energy dispersed, Han Fei immediately felt that countless creatures moved, and many demonic plants stretched out their tentacles towards him. Among them, a mushroom-like creature at the late stage of the Pioneer Sea Realm launched a spiritual piercing attack at Han Fei. Humph! Han Fei grabbed back, crushed the spiritual piercing attack, and pinched the big mushroom in his hand. However, when Han Fei pulled it out of the ground, it turned out to be a weird creature. Is this also a humanoid creature? Han Fei saw that the big mushroom turned out to be just a head, and half of its body was buried in the ground. After the whole thing was pulled out of the ground, it turned out to be a humanoid demonic plant with a multicolored body. There's a mushroom on its head, fungal moss on its face, roots below its neck, hard lumps, and weird meridians filled with spores. In short, It was like a weird humanoid monster mixed with thousands of plants. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name, grass demon, introduction, a kind of demonic plant living in the dark fiend realm. Because of being contaminated by ominous power, it has been seriously deformed. They devour all foreign species, even local species, so that the mutation will be even more severe. There's a trace of ominous aura in its body. If you're unlucky enough to be contaminated, you can take the pure life origin crystal from its heart. Level 97, quality, regular realm, pioneer sea realm, contains chaotic aura greater than 1048 wisps, combat skills, poison strike, parasitic, 100 grass demon seal, collectible, life origin crystal, absorbable. Note, in a world contaminated by ominous power, no spiritual plant is innocent. Chapter 2375. A world contaminated by omens? When Han Fei saw the message, he didn't know what to say. He pierced through the 100 grass demon and dug out a light green life source crystal from its body. If he was right, this life source crystal should be similar to the third land of revival in the chaotic wasteland. The only difference was that the creatures in the third land of revival weren't contaminated by omens. But in this starting ground, all the living beings should have already been contaminated. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. The Divine Capital Dynasty must have known about this. They said that the entire starting ground, as the venue for the fourth round of preliminaries, was a benefit for the contestants. However, they didn't reveal any information about omens to the contestants. But why did they arrange for everyone to participate in the fourth round here? Why? Suddenly, Han Fei raised his eyebrows. In front of him, the 100 grass demon was killed by Han Fei with one blow. Han Fei thought it was over. Wouldn't it be gone after killing it? However, there was no so-called crack of the Great Path here. The Great Path here didn't seem to be sad for the death of the 100 grass demon, nor did it feel happy for the return of a Great Path. There was no movement here. After the 100 grass devil fell, the surrounding spiritual plants all gathered around it. These spiritual plants didn't seem to know what fear was, and they didn't seem to care that Han Fei was here at all. They rushed up and devoured the body of the 100 grass demon and the strange plant fragments. Han Fei could clearly sense that after devouring the remains of the 100 grass demon, these ordinary venerable realm demon plants were growing at a terrifying speed. Han Fei frowned slightly and ignored them. He raised his hand and immersed his perception into the qualification token. It seemed that after entering the starting ground, some information appeared in the qualification token. When Han Fei immersed his perception into the token, some information immediately emerged. First, it was an introduction to this world. This used to be a starting ground full of vitality. There used to be all kinds of powerful and friendly demon plants. Later, due to the contamination of the dark power in the Sea of Stars, the creatures here gradually mutated. The demon plants here became more and more bloodthirsty. They killed each other crazily, hunted all foreign species, and finally transformed into demonic plants. We call it the demonic realm. In the infernal domain, energy could not be directly absorbed from a void. It could only be absorbed by killing demonic creatures. All living beings above the sovereign realm and the demon realm had been killed, but the demonic creatures here didn't need to rely on the source sea to grow and advance. They had a unique way to advance, and that was to devour darkness. Participants would kill demonic creatures and take their soul life force crystal, which could be used to increase one's life force. They could also fuse it with their natal stars to strengthen their natal star's life force. There were no absolute rules for the fourth round of the preliminaries. Participants only needed to complete 3 tasks to be considered as having passed the fourth round. The first mission was to kill 10,000 sea expansion realm demonic beasts. The second mission was to kill 10 heaven-opening demonic creatures. The third quest was to destroy a mana pool. Description: the mana origin is the source of the power of darkness. The mana origin is hidden in an unknown corner of the starting ground. Participants must find it themselves. However, there is usually more than one powerful heaven-opening realm demonic creature guarding the demon origin. In addition, He could not be contaminated by the dark chi in the devil origin. Otherwise, there was a high chance that he would hide in the devil's path. Special note, the resources of the starting ground can be brought back, and the godly capital dynasty can buy them back. They can also deal with it themselves. After reading this information, Han Fei was a little confused. There was something wrong with this world, and it was a little horribly wrong. The fundamental reason was that the number of kills in the task was too large. What did it mean to kill 10,000 sea expansion realm demonic creatures? There were 150,000 participants in this trial. One person killed 10,000. That meant 5 billion sea expansion realm demonic creatures. Weren't there too many demonic creatures? So many that it was abnormal. Also, one person killed 10 heaven-opening realm demonic creatures, which meant that there were at least 5 million heaven-opening realm demonic creatures for the participants to kill in this demonic territory. And if there were 5 million heaven-opening realm demonic creatures in the starting ground, was this still the starting ground? How powerful was this starting ground? Also, when did the venerable emperors here get wiped out? There were so many heaven-opening realm demonic creatures, but none of them had become venerable emperors. Han Fei's impression of the starting ground had always been from his contact with the chaotic wasteland. Generally, it was already good enough for a starting ground to have 1 or 2 heaven-opening realm experts. For example, he had been to the number 3 revival ground, where he encountered blood demons. However, there were only 4 heaven-opening realm creatures there. Even if it was just a land of revival, it might not have been like that before. Judging from the number of blood demons, there were at most a few thousand heaven-opening realm creatures in the past, and there shouldn't be any venerable emperors. Compared with the chaotic sea, Han Fei thought that a place like the number 3 revival ground was already very powerful. However, compared with this demonic territory, the number 3 revival ground was King rubbish. Since the task standard was to kill 10 heaven-opening realm creatures each, it meant that there must be millions of heaven-opening realm demonic creatures in this world to be killed. Otherwise, it would be difficult for everyone to compete. Would they fight for demonic creatures? That would deviate from the purpose of the 4th round of qualifiers. Besides, as far as Han Fei could tell, there were a total of sea expansion realm creatures. Han Fei counted. Including those well-disguised ones, there were a total of 17 heaven-opening realm creatures. Yes, he was sure that he had counted correctly. Within this area of 2 million kilometers, there were 17 heaven-opening realm demonic creatures. Among them, the grass demon that he had just killed was the strongest one. According to this number, there seemed to be quite a lot of demonic creatures in this demonic territory. At least, it shouldn't be difficult to kill 10,000 sea expansion realm demonic creatures. Han Fei thought for a while and decided that he had to complete the task. For most people, it was actually quite difficult to kill 10 heaven-opening realm demonic creatures. But it shouldn't be difficult to kill 10,000 sea expansion realm demonic creatures. Therefore, according to the mortality rate, Han Fei thought that the main possibility of death was not killing the heaven-opening realm demonic creatures, but destroying the demonic source. There should be a lot of demonic sources. Otherwise, how could they satisfy so many people to complete the task? 3 years? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. The reason why he gave everyone 3 years to complete the task was actually to take care of the relatively weak. In addition, 3 years, as the referee said, should be a benefit. But the best news for Han Fei was that these 3 years were too important. It would take about 4 months for his star core to be born. After the birth of the star core, it was necessary to inject vitality into it. As for vitality, there were 2 ways to obtain it. One was to kill the contestants, and the other was to kill the demonic creatures and seize the life origin crystal. As for how much time it would take, it shouldn't take too long. The part of injecting vitality seemed not difficult at present. The big problem was the last step of body refining. Condensing stars, shaping earth veins, giving birth to star cores, injecting vitality. All of this was just preparation for Han Fei's body refining. Once he condensed enough golden jade essence, he might be able to fight Zhao Qinglong again. Han Fei came back to his senses and found that there was already a fierce fight here. Some unconventional and bizarre demonic beasts with hundreds of plants on their bodies were madly slaughtering and tearing each other apart. Han Fei was not in a hurry to take action. He was observing the means of these demonic creatures. Different from the usual great techniques, this kind of demonic plant seemed to be born to cultivate both energy and physique. For example, Han Fei saw a guy with a humanoid body, a Ganoderma head, and roots for arms. It raised its hand and released endless roots. The roots were like incomparably sharp thorns that could pierce through the void, pierce through barriers, and pierce through souls. Han Fei saw a 100-grass worm that looked like a big beetle. Let's call it that for now. Flying in the air, before he was pierced by the roots, he condensed a soul barrier and tried to resist with his bark-like carapace. Although the carapace was rotten like barks and seemed to break at the slightest touch, Han Fei was sure that it had a good defense. However, the carapace was easily pierced by the roots as if it were a piece of paper. And the Ganoderma monster, which won the battle, extracted some power from the beetle's body through its tentacles. Because Han Fei could clearly see that the colorful spores on the beetle's body suddenly withered, and the colorful monster in the sea of clouds just now directly shriveled into a pool of black water. Such a battle was currently erupting nearby. It wasn't until all the power of the 100-grass demon killed by Han Fei was absorbed by these demonic creatures that the surroundings became peaceful again. Since they're devouring each other, why don't they fight? Han Fei felt that the growth of these demonic creatures was very similar to that of the ominous creatures in the chaotic wasteland. They both had a weird power that could grow without limit. The difference was that the ominous creatures would give birth to tribes, so their strength would be lowered. Otherwise, it wouldn't be difficult for them to grow into venerable emperors. Han Fei wondered why they didn't kill these demonic plants if they all had the possibility of growing into venerable emperors. At this moment, Han Fei saw something coming from under the black soil in the distance. Han Fei wanted to check it with his perception. What on earth was it? But when his perception touched the ground here, he found that his perception couldn't penetrate it at all. If it were in a lake, part of the lake water would block his perception. If it were in the sea, his perception would also stop at the seabed. Han Fei didn't notice any of this just now. Puff, 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 before the demonic creature coming from the ground showed up. Han Fei saw that the creatures that had been fighting crazily just now all had flowers blooming, and in the flowers some black water drops were condensing. It seemed that they were waiting for someone to collect these black water drops. Chapter 2376. After seeing and through the qualification token, he learned about what kind of world this was. Han Fei was not very obsessed with completing the task. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting firewood. In Han Fei's view, these 3 tasks were actually not difficult. Even if he was looking for the demonic energy source, how could he not find it when he had the nautical panorama? Now, Han Fei was very curious. These strange demonic plants and monsters, like blooming flowers, were sacrificing the black water droplets they condensed. However, when Han Fei saw the water droplets, he knew that they were not good things. They were full of evil and looked very much like the condensation of the so-called ominous aura. The monster arching from underground in the distance, after arching to this area, did not show up immediately, but hundreds of thousands of straw-like tentacles emerged from the soil. These tentacles stretched out for a long time and seemed to be able to sense where the black water droplets were, so they quickly found the right place. However, when these tentacles absorbed the black water droplets, they would feed back some strange spores through the tentacles, which were quickly absorbed by these demonic plants and monsters. Han Fei clearly sensed that some weird hybrid plants immediately grew on the bodies of those beasts and demonic plants after receiving the weird spores. Suddenly, there seemed to be a demonic plant among these demonic plants, because there were slightly more black water droplets as a sacrifice. Suddenly, the demonic plant suddenly burst out thousands of roots, piercing through more than 30 demonic plants and monsters around it, and quickly extracting the vitality and energy in their bodies. As the surrounding demonic plants and monsters slowly withered, the aura of this demonic plant began to change slightly. Its momentum was increasing, and it was estimated that it would directly transform into a demonic plant in the sea expansion realm before long. Han Fei couldn't help but tremble. Did it make a breakthrough? What on earth did that thing underground give them? This metamorphosed demon plant must have been accumulating for a long time and received that strange reverse nourishment, which was why it had broken through. Its breakthrough did not cause the other demonic plants and monsters around it to fight for it. It seemed that it was the first to reach the breakthrough level, and no other demonic plants could compete with it. At this moment, Han Fei sensed that the creature in the ground seemed to want to leave. How could Han Fei let him do that? Han Fei took out his fishing hook backhandedly and plunged it into the black mud. On the other side, dozens of God-sealing spears appeared around Han Fei. With the experience of being ambushed by the Tian clan in the third round, Han Fei forged tens of thousands of God-sealed spears for emergencies. At this moment, 36 of them shot out at once. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Roar, bang. Han Fei had thought that this method was foolproof. No matter how strong the creature underground was, it was only at the heaven-opening realm. How strong could it be? But when his fishing hook hit it, it exploded. Oh no, to be more precise, it dispersed with a bang, just like a group of ants dispersing into many. Ding, ding, ding. But the God-sealing spear followed closely behind, so the demonic plant monster was directly sealed in that area before it could disperse much. At this moment, the demonic plant monster had broken out of the ground, and Han Fei saw its true appearance. It was a human-headed centipede monster made of various spores and demonic plants, with a human head and a centipede body. Shoot! Although Han Fei had seen a lot of deformed monsters, he had never seen one that looked so deformed. Given his current appearance, it would be fine if he was just a centipede, or even a human-faced centipede. That wouldn't be too much. However, it was made of plants, and its body was covered with thousands of different demonic plants. It was like a hybrid of plants. Information immediately popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name Alien Grass Demon. Introduction: a kind of demonic plant living in the Dark Fiend realm. Because it was contaminated by the ominous power, it underwent serious deformations and became an alien grass demon. They devour all foreign species and continue to transform by absorbing the ominous power of ordinary grass demons. After absorbing the ominous power, they will nurture and evolve spores, parasitizing countless ordinary grass demons and turning them into a part of themselves. There's a lot of ominous energy in their bodies. Only the pure life origin crystal in their hearts can be taken. Level 106, quality, rare, level Sky Splitter, contains ominous energy greater than 306 strands, battle techniques, poison strike, parasitism, demonic lust, life drain, energy drain, life steal, collectible, life origin crystal, absorbable. Note: in a world contaminated by ominous energy, no spiritual plant is innocent. Han Fei was dumbfounded. He thought this centipede monster was just here to collect rent, but it turned out that it had parasitized many other grass demons while collecting rent, and turned them all into a part of its body. Also, this thing had too many battle techniques. None of the 6 battle techniques seemed normal. The grass demon's scatter body turned into independent demonic plants and monsters one after another. Then, Han Fei sensed that all the demonic plants and monsters within 1,000,000 kilometers began to move. Those ordinary demonic plants began to entangle and fuse with each other. A moment later, Han Fei saw a gigantic human-shaped grass demon. This humanoid 100 grass devil had 6 sea expansion 100 grass devils as its core. Tens of thousands of 100 grass devils had been attracted to it, forming a giant monster. Damn it, plants can be used like this? If Xiaobai saw this, he would probably be greatly inspired. At this moment, all the demonic plants within 1,000,000 kilometers went crazy. Vines and roots all over the sky blocked Han Fei's way out and even drilled into the void. It was the first time that Han Fei had seen such a terrifying scene within 1,000,000 kilometers. His expression was solemn. There were simply too many vines and roots. Han Fei didn't know how to wipe out so many demonic plants and monsters in this area at once. The boundless saber waves turned into surging tides, creating a blade storm within 10,000 kilometers, protecting Han Fei. But what made him even more speechless was that the roots and vines that were cut apart exploded in the sky, turning into clouds of colorful smoke. And Han Fei knew that it was not smoke, but something like spores or pollen. Once he touched it, he was likely to be poisoned, parasitized, and his life and energy would be stolen. Once that happened, he would be in a passive situation. So he wasn't actually fighting against 100 grass demon at the heaven opening stage. He was actually fighting against countless demon plants in an area. Suddenly, Han Fei understood the meaning of the fourth round of tasks. It seemed to be a simple task, but in fact, it was much more difficult than he had imagined. This made Han Fei suddenly realize that in this fourth round, more than 20% of the participants might die. It was very likely that half of the participants would be eliminated. Therefore, the number of people who could complete these 3 tasks might be fewer than he had imagined. With a thought in Han Fei's mind, a sacrificing punch pierced through the void of 60,000 kilometers. After 3 punches, he came to the side of the huge demonic plant. The infinity water turned into water droplets and attached to the huge demonic plant monster. Bam! The infinity water exploded, and the terrifying explosion swept over more than 100,000 kilometers. The huge demonic plant monster that had just formed was directly pierced and blown into pieces. Within 100,000 kilometers, all the tentacles and roots were annihilated. But there was still some color like pollen. But Han Fei had already protected himself with a big array under his feet. This explosion caused most of the demonic plants here to freeze, as if they had never suffered such great damage. At the moment when they froze, Han Fei stood proudly in the void and shouted, "Void descend!" Hum, hum, hum. Tens of thousands of Han Feis appeared in all directions. Every 10,000 kilometers, there must be one of them. These Han Feis, holding the god's sealing spear, pressed down. Suddenly, the riot in this area disappeared, and a large number of demonic plants blurred, desperately resisting the suppression of the god's sealing spear. How could Han Fei give up? He continued to summon the infinity water and swept over this 1,000,000 kilometers inch by inch. After nearly 12 hours, Han Fei finally smashed everything in this place into pieces. And on Han Fei's qualification token, numbers appeared. Pioneer Sea Level 17, this number. In the end, only the alien grass demon was left. Because it had lost most of its strength and underlings, it was quite dispirited at this moment, and its strength had probably fallen to the abyss. Han Fei frowned, holding the phoenix feather knife. Under the burning of the flames, the 100 grass demon let out a blood-curdling screech. He cut open the man's body and took out a fist-sized, dark green life origin crystal. He estimated that this crystal was worth quite a few smaller crystals. However, when Han Fei took out the life origin crystal, he found that the alien grass demon didn't die immediately. Han Fei observed and found something that surprised him. That was the alien grass demon's body was breaking inch by inch, and every time it was broken, it turned into a separate alien grass demon, as if it had nothing to do with the alien grass demon at all. Exactly because of this, the alien grass demon wasn't really dead, because its body was still alive. Han Fei numbly pierced through, and pierced through. A total of 103 small life origin crystals were taken out. Finally, on the qualification token, there was only one Pioneer Sea level killing technique. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. His perception seemed to be able to penetrate the ground. Chapter 2377. Han Fei was quite surprised that his perception could penetrate the surface of the earth, because many treasures were hidden underground. It seemed that this place was occupied by a large number of monsters, so they blocked his perception of what was below the surface. However, when Han Fei's perception penetrated, he only found a lot of intertwined roots of demonic plants and monsters. They were too dense and too deep. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Oh, are there spiritual fruits underground? After a while, Han Fei found that in some areas, there were earth vein springs, and spiritual fruits. In some places, there were strange stone veins, but not many, and he didn't find a single spiritual stone here. He didn't know if there were spiritual stone mines here. However, Han Fei found a special mineral that contained a trace of ominous power. This mineral was relatively soft and had many holes in it. When Han Fei dug up the mineral vein, he found that there were some fruits named ominous fruit in it. This thing could remove the ominous power in the body. It seemed that wherever there was poison, there would be an antidote. The poison and the antidote were too close to each other. Wait, the land here is so full of vitality. Han Fei sensed the change of vitality around him. The vitality here was obviously stronger. At first, Han Fei thought it was because of the earth vein spring, but when he dug again, he found that it was thousands of square meters of black lust. Han Fei took a deep breath. Shoot, black lust? Gudu. Han Fei swallowed. The Emperor of 10,000 Scales often rewarded others with black lust, and only under special circumstances would he reward more than 5 pieces. Each piece of black lust was actually only the size of a brick, and 10 pieces added up to less than 1 square meter. However, it was precisely that thing that could make the land of a natal star fertile and full of vitality, making the natal star more like a primordial star. He only got a small hill of black lust in the god's ruins. The amount was only 1 or 2 times more than the amount of black lust here. I'm rich. There are treasures all over the ground. At that moment, Han Fei was a little excited. But after the excitement, he calmed down and began to analyze the grass demons carefully. This 100-grass demon was very difficult to defeat. It could divide its body into many parts that had a consciousness, and it could parasitize creatures in a large area. If he didn't kill all the living beings in this area, he didn't know if he could kill him or not. Han Fei wasn't sure if all the 100 grass demons were like this, or if this one was the only one. However, he felt that after this massacre, not a single blade of grass would grow within 1,000,000 miles. Because all the contestants entered the realm of devils randomly, and this world should be an extremely large world, Han Fei didn't think he would run into anyone in a short time. Furthermore, the person who was able to kill the heaven-splitting variant 100 grass demon would most likely discover that there were some problems underground. However, he had the demon purification gourd, but they didn't. Due to his curiosity, he had dug out the mine that contained the ominous aura. That was how he had discovered the mystic yellow earth. Others might be able to discover this mine, but even though they didn't recognize the ominous aura, they could still sense it. Because the 100 grass demon with the surname, he had it. Therefore, others might not necessarily dig out the entire mine, so it was unknown whether they could find the mystic yellow earth. Of course, there was a high chance that they would be discovered eventually. After all, few people who could cultivate to this level were idiots. After calmly analyzing, Han Fei took out a life origin crystal that he had just obtained and tried it curiously. When he completely swallowed one, he found that this thing was useful for his vitality. However, he couldn't increase his lifespan. Lifespan and vitality were 2 different things. In the beginning, he used the Heaven Awakening Divine technique to replenish his vitality with his lifespan when he ran out. Later, when Han Fei gradually became stronger, it wasn't his lifespan that was consumed. Of course, when he was seriously injured, one of the Gemini divine techniques was destroyed, and the consumption of his lifespan was counted as his lifespan. But so far, Han Fei had enough lifespan and was almost in his prime, so this life origin crystal was not of much use to him for the time being. However, he didn't know how much vitality his sea of origin needed. He had to ask the god of war about injecting vitality into it later. It was always right to take one step at a time. Anyway, the god of war seemed to have nothing to do every day and could chat for a long time. Thinking of this, Han Fei didn't consume these world origin crystals. He put them away first. If he needed them, he could take them out. Swish, 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 Han Fei waved his hand, and the god's sealing spear that had sealed this place was all taken back. It had to be said that this god's sealing spear was far too powerful. Thinking back to the person who had been trapped in the god's ruin, he had only scratched the surface of this spear, and yet he had been able to defeat 5 people at once. It was only natural that he would be able to seal 100 miles of land. When all the clones returned, Han Fei pointed in the direction of the demonic energy source with a nautical panorama. Then he rushed to that place. Han Fei thought that although the alien 100-grass demon was powerful, there were many capable people participating in the grand competition this time. For example, Feng Yu, Zhao Qinglong, Wu Shuang, Wang Beichen. Even Feng Xingliu's fighting spirit might be able to suppress the demonic plants of the realm of devils. Therefore, Han Fei thought that it shouldn't be a problem for a real strong person to kill 10 heaven-opening state demons. But most people still had to join the alliance to have a chance to kill 10 heaven-opening state demons. 3 days later, Han Fei didn't go very far on his planned itinerary. Only when he went out did Han Fei know how many demons there were in this demonic realm. What he saw before was just the normal state. The density of demonic plants and demons here was so high. It was easy to find a dozen sea-opening state demons in 1,000,000 kilometers. Han Fei was horrified that such demons were born. If this world was just contaminated by ominous things, were there many such worlds? If there were a lot of them, if these creatures launched a collective counterattack, Han Fei thought it would be an unimaginably terrifying force. In 3 days, Han Fei walked 90 million kilometers. In total, he had killed 812 sea expansion demonic beasts, 5 heaven expansion demonic beasts, and countless other demonic beasts. Although he also obtained life origin crystals from killing ordinary demonic plants and demons, they were too small. They were only the size of a fingernail and were light green, which didn't seem to be very effective. Of course, he had a lot of them. Han Fei calculated and found that there were at least 1,000,000 of those nail-sized life origin crystals on his natal star. It couldn't be helped. There were too many of them, big and small. On the 4th day, Han Fei had basically completed less than half of the task. But now he no longer regarded this as a task to complete. After all, the origin of life crystal would belong to him. Furthermore, he would be able to absorb a large amount of energy from the bodies of the demonic creatures he had slain to nourish his natal stars. That was a good thing. Most importantly, there were a lot of spiritual fruits growing in the places where these demons roamed. These monsters treated spirit fruits as if they were ordinary garbage. Many of the spirit fruits grew in clusters. There were dozens of them in a cluster. Some of these spiritual fruits were contaminated, and some were normal. Anyway, Han Fei had the demon purification pot, so he could easily distinguish them. After a few days, Han Fei found that 80% of these spiritual fruits were normal. And according to his judgment, the contaminated spiritual fruits were the favorite of the demons. Generally, as long as they were ripe, the demons would swallow the spiritual fruit first, which would even trigger a war between the demons. However, normal spiritual fruits would be discarded by the demonic creatures like old clogs and wouldn't even spare a glance at them. So after Han Fei's appraisal, 80% of the spiritual fruits were normal. And in these 3 days, he got hundreds of thousands of spiritual fruits. In addition to the 100,000 spiritual fruits, Han Fei also dug up a lot of black-yellow soil. The specific amount was about twice what the fake god gave him in the god's ruins. After all, not every place had so much black-yellow soil. It just happened that the place where he was before had more black-yellow soil. 3 days. Han Fei couldn't help breathing fast. In just 3 days, he got black-yellow soil and life origin crystals that ordinary people couldn't get in tens of thousands of years. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, he didn't come in vain. He was thinking that if he could get so many resources from the place where ordinary heaven-opening state demons were, what about the demonic source? Would there be greater surprises near the demonic source? Chapter 2378. In the demonic realm, the land area was relatively small. On the 4th day, the environment in front of Han Fei changed a lot. What he encountered now was a swamp. This swamp was much weirder than the land. There were very few trees in the swamp, and wherever there were trees, they were not normal trees. For example, if you saw a circle of colorful fruits hanging on a tree, you would think it was a kind of fruit from the demonic realm. But in fact, the colorful fruits were shelled spiders that could shrink into a ball, and they were also plants. As for that tree, it was a genuine heaven-opening demonic tree. This tree could control countless demonic plants and monsters within 1,000,000 kilometers around it. Han Fei found that in the demonic realm, all kinds of life had a common characteristic that was parasitism. Perhaps in the end, it was the demonic plants that ruled this world, and the demonic plants were the kind of creatures that were particularly tenacious and capable of sowing seeds. Moreover, they could evolve into highly toxic types, beast-like types, and insect-like forms. Anyway, a few hours later, when Han Fei strangled this tree demon. Under this swamp, while digging out a piece of mystic yellow soil, under the mystic yellow soil, a piece of black, inexplicable soil was dug out. This piece of soil was only the size of a palm, and some parts seemed to have hardened. But in Han Fei's eyes, the same information appeared. Name, Chaos Treasure Soil. Introduction, a treasure soil born at the beginning of chaos. It can stabilize and strengthen the effect of the natal stars. The Chaos Treasure Soil can slowly and spontaneously absorb the essence of heaven and earth, improving the surrounding ordinary spiritual soil and transforming it into mystic yellow soil. Level None, quality inferior. Note, this piece of Chaos Treasure Soil, after a long time of evolution and ominous pollution, has been greatly reduced in quality, and its effect is only 20%. If it wants to return to its normal state, it will take about 10,000 years of natural precipitation. When Han Fei saw the Chaos Treasure Soil, he thought it was a good thing, but it turned out to be of inferior quality. He didn't even know that this thing was of inferior quality. Even if it was a chaotic spiritual treasure, its quality wouldn't be good if it was of inferior quality. Han Fei thought that it was equivalent to hundreds of square meters of mystic yellow soil at most. Han Fei casually threw the chaotic treasure soil into his natal star and sighed. He had been happy for nothing. Han Fei heaved a sigh. When the task of killing creatures in the heaven-opening state is completed, the first task will almost be completed. Once we've dealt with the mana source, we can go find Chaomunda and the others. Han Fei was thinking about his plan. Since the guy had helped him get the essence blood of a divine beast, which gave him at least 2 chances to improve, he had to pay the price. Most importantly, other than the reward, there were bound to be some additional items. If someone really came to attack Chaomunda and the others, and he killed them, then wouldn't the person who was killed belong to him? At that time, he would be able to use his stellar core to replenish the energy of his body tempering. The life force of his origin, C, would naturally belong to him. As for the other broken natal stars, he could offer them to the war god as a sacrifice. The war god seemed to despise these broken stars, and the rewards he paid for the sacrificial offerings were pitifully small. Looks like I'll have to get him a complete natal star. Thinking about it this way, Han Fei felt that he still needed a lot of enemies. After the end of the 4th round of qualifiers, he might not have a chance to get the corpses of the heaven-opening state powerhouses and seize their natal stars. Therefore, he had to do all the things he needed, get the resources he needed, and kill the people he needed in the demonic realm at once. Just as Han Fei was fantasizing about taking advantage of these 3 years to completely transform into a star and embark on the path of stars. In a place not far away from him, an amethyst that looked like a flower bud growing from the ground bloomed. The amethyst had 6 colored petals, which mainly protected the crystal flower. In the middle of the water valley, there was a turbid but fragrant ink jade liquid. It formed a garden pool. Hula, in this turbid pool, a huge figure emerged from the water. This was a huge, weird creature that was half human and half flower. The reason why it looked like a human was that its body was a blend of plants and black water. It had the upper body of a human, a pair of arms made of tens of thousands of demonic plants and monsters, and a head made of spiritual plants. It was indeed very different from a human being. However, its face was revealed to be that of a woman. Moreover, it wasn't the kind of face that was formed from a mixture of different colors. It was the face of a woman who looked pretty good. On the monster's head, a giant python drilled out of its brain. The giant python flicked its tongue, and soon, around the woman, the vine spontaneously formed 6 different monsters. A total of 6 black, unknown substances condensed on the monster's hands. After this thing appeared, the 6 monsters were all excited. It seemed that if they weren't afraid of something, they would have rushed up to grab it. But under the suppression of a divine thought, the 6 monsters all became obedient. Then a divine thought was transmitted to these monsters. There's an intruder who broke into my territory. He has killed 6 heaven-opening state guardians in a row. All of you attack together, kill him, and bring his corpse back. Chirp! Suddenly, among the 6 monsters, one of them turned into a goshawk, grabbed a mass of black water, and flew away. The others also reacted as if they couldn't find anything. One of the frogs stuck out its tongue and took the black water that belonged to it. A tree man stretched out its tentacles and grabbed the black water. A centipede crawled to the amethyst, jumped up, and took it away. A cheetah and a giant python also took the black water mass and left one after another. They didn't only have one species, but they all had a common characteristic. That was, they were all plants. After all, they were still a kind of plant. But unlike ordinary demonic plants and monsters, they seemed to have consciousness and were aggressive. If the female monster in the amethyst flower didn't give them benefits, they didn't seem to be obedient. Half a day later, Han Fei felt a little strange along the way. This swamp was not right. Before, he could still meet some sea opening state creatures normally. But it seemed that suddenly there were fewer demonic plants and monsters here. Was this the territory of a powerful existence? Was that why there were fewer demonic plants around? But Han Fei didn't seem to care. Even if there were powerful demonic plants, so what? No matter how strong they were, they couldn't be venerable emperors. Otherwise, the divine capital dynasty wouldn't have sent so many people here to complete the task. As long as it wasn't an emperor-level master, Han Fei was confident that he could escape even if he couldn't beat it. Or at least, only someone at Zhao Qinglong's level could hold him back. Han Fei seemed to think of something and couldn't help fishing out the 9-palace ruler from the void. Han Fei felt that he might be able to find the demonic energy source. Otherwise, there was no reason to explain this weird tranquility, which was like the calm before the storm. Sure enough, when the ruler of the 9-palace ruler began to move, it directly fell on the sign of great misfortune. It's quite difficult. Han Fei wasn't surprised. There should be a lot of demonic energy sources in this world, maybe hundreds of thousands of them. With so many demonic energy sources, wasn't it normal for him to encounter one? If it weren't for the demonic energy source, how could the demonic plants and demonic creatures here make him fall into the sign of great misfortune? Han Fei moved forward for a while and found that the swamp began to gradually become shallower, and he could often see small areas of land around him. And the demonic plants and demonic creatures around him became extremely dense again. That's not right. Why are the demonic creatures so dense again? Flowers! Suddenly, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he looked into the distance. Above the sky, a figure was flying over in an instant. An eagle? Han Fei was taken aback at first, but then he suddenly realized something was wrong. How could there be an eagle here? Sure enough, what appeared in front of him was just a flying plant that looked like a falcon. Han Fei also saw that there were many mushrooms on the wings of the cave. The goshawk flew by, leaving a long trail of spores behind it, as if it was sowing seeds. Beep, 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 dum, dum, dum. The next moment, Han Fei saw some creatures coming at him from the ground in the distance. They were flying very fast, like the Earth Light escape technique. On the ground, a cheetah plant was speeding up, and its momentum was comparable to that of the goshawk. 3, no 6. In the swamp, Han Fei saw a long dragon swimming over, and on the other side, a mountain rose from the ground. The next moment, the mountain jumped, and under Han Fei's body, billions of tentacles emitting blue light rose into the sky and took the lead to attack. Oh, you become smart. You even joined hands to ambush me? Chapter 2379. At the moment when 3 heaven-opening state monsters appeared, Han Fei knew that he was ambushed. When he realized that there were as many as 6 heaven-opening state monsters coming to ambush him, he felt a little uncomfortable. Based on his previous experience, he had stayed in this area for a long enough time. They didn't ambush him earlier, but now they ambushed him. Moreover, there were 6 of them at once. This was more like a premeditated ambush. It was a planned ambush. In the swamp under Han Fei, a tree man suddenly emerged. This tree man stretched out billions of tentacles and seemed to be trying to control Han Fei. The biggest feature of demonic plants was control. Han Fei could feel that there were strange patterns forming on each tree vine, as if they were the Tao patterns of this world that had been contaminated by ominous things. Except for these billions of rattan tentacles, all the demonic plants and monsters within 1,000,000 kilometers all exploded. Han Fei didn't need to eradicate them at all. All the non-heaven-opening state creatures here self-destructed and then turned into clouds of various colors. Of course, it would be great if they were just clouds. But in fact, they were densely packed poisonous spores, and they were all active. Moreover, they were all active. The key was that some undetectable Tao patterns would be imprinted on the tiny or even undetectable spores. This was just a tree demon, but it had a variety of weird abilities such as control, Tao pattern incantation, spores parasitism, poisonous fog erosion, and so on. It wasn't that it was very strong, but that its means were too insidious. At this time, Han Fei felt that he needed a sea of fire. Swish, 2 sledgehammers appeared in Han Fei's hands. He was not a sword cultivator, so he could use any weapon. These 2 sledgehammers were forging hammers. As for the use of combat techniques, Han Fei activated the Void Fire Refining Technique to assist the 100 Battles Divine Hammer Technique. In an instant, on the 2 hammers, the immortal spirit turned into fire. If it was not enough to turn into fire, he would be weaker than others if he didn't use the Tao patterns of heaven and earth. In the sky, thousands of twisted runes were imprinted on his body, including the 2 hammers, which were covered in runes too. As soon as these Tao patterns appeared, coupled with the immortal spirit turned into fire, the flames suddenly filled the air. Countless demonic vines hovered in midair. In fact, half of them were instantly incinerated. However, Han Fei had no time to pay attention to the tree demon, because the 2 extremely fast heaven-opening realm monsters were the goshawk and the cheetah. Whoosh, 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 the goshawk approached and spread its wings, filling the sky with feathers. They were more like spores, trying to blow at Han Fei with the wind. 3-stage hammer technique. Dong, dong, dong. In the void, more than 200 ripples exploded in the void in the blink of an eye. After each ripple appeared in the void, a new one would follow. In the end, the ripples turned into a cone and pierced through the void, piercing through the rain of spores that filled the sky. They were evenly matched with the goshawk that was desperately flapping its wings. At the moment when Han Fei hammered the void, a golden figure tens of thousands of meters tall rose from the ground. What else could it be if it wasn't a world of loss? At this moment, 2 hands stretched out from Fei Xiang's back. His fist struck out superluminal fist imprints, and a series of explosions seemed to occur in the direction where the cheetah was running from. BM, 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 BM. In the blink of an eye, the attacks of the 3 heaven-opening realm demonic plants were blocked by Han Fei alone. However, Han Fei didn't forget that there were still 3 heaven-opening realm demonic plants. At this moment, the giant python had already risen into the air, and before it arrived, it whipped its tail. Bam! Han Fei, who seemed to have no time to block it, was whipped away and smashed into the swamp. The terrifying explosion rippled for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Then, the swamp exploded, and the surrounding blade storm swept across, crushing the vines into spores and pollen. But the immortal spiritual fire was still burning, so the tree man couldn't do anything to Han Fei. With a thought, Han Fei transformed into a clone of Neza with 3 heads and 6 arms. He held a pair of hammers with both hands, wore gloves on both fists, and held a pair of knives with both fists. For a time, there was a fierce battle here, until the centipede moving underground couldn't help but attack, and chain-like hooks appeared all over the sky. Han Fei realized that as long as he was hooked, there would be billions of hooks falling on him in the next moment. Those were all centipede claws. If he was hooked, with the help of the tree demon, he would be in a passive position. It was not that these demonic plants were very strong. In fact, their bodies were not very strong, but they borrowed too much external power. For example, a heaven-opening realm demonic plant could almost absorb the power of all ordinary demonic plants within 1,000,000 kilometers. Then would he still be a proper heaven-opening realm cultivator? If there was only one, it wouldn't be a big problem to deal with it. But if there were 6 in a row, it would be a big problem. Han Fei thought that if they were normal people, they wouldn't fight unscrupulously in the same territory and then wait to be ambushed by the other party, right? Han Fei laughed at himself. He didn't use the void-stealing technique immediately. He was waiting for the 6 heaven-opening realm demonic plants to surround him. There would be a good opportunity to kill them all with the God-sealing spear. Otherwise, with the nature of these heaven-opening realm demonic plants, they could turn into countless demonic plants and escape, and it would be difficult to catch them. Han Fei was hit again, this time by the cheetah. At that moment, Han Fei's body was hooked by the void hook of the centipede. It was at this moment that the 6 powerhouses knew that their opportunity had come. The Tree Demon Alliance blocked Han Fei's surroundings, and the cursed vines had tied Han Fei up. At this moment, the last toad, which seemed to be waiting for an opportunity, suddenly made a move. The big toad opened its mouth, and the long tongue made of demonic plants wrapped around Han Fei's body at almost 10 times the speed of light. Only then did Han Fei clearly know that 3 of the 6 heaven-opening realm demonic plants were control type. This also confirmed a fact. That was, demonic plants were best at control. No matter how they mimicked, their own characteristics could not be erased. At the moment when the 6th toad appeared, a figure holding the God-sealing spear appeared hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. The God-sealing spear itself might have to pierce through their bodies to seal these demonic plants. But the spear array was different. It was a large area sealing field. However, he didn't know if it was because these 6 heaven-opening realm demonic plants had mastered too much power. But when the God-sealing spear fell, Han Fei felt that the situation was not very good. The God-sealing spear was shaking. Oh no, they have borrowed all the power of all the creatures within 1,000,000 kilometers, which can resist the sealing power of the God-sealing spear. I have to use the God-sealing spear to pierce them. In the void, Han Fei's figure appeared out of thin air. As early as the first time he was blasted into the swamp, he had already used the Gemini divine technique. Although he had used the Gemini fusion in advance, fortunately, the 6 heaven-opening realm demonic plants had already appeared, so he could take action. Steal consciousness. Han Fei first stole the consciousness of the giant python, because in his opinion, this thing was the closest, large, and not fast enough, so it was the easiest one to attack. However, as soon as he used the void-stealing technique, he found that the giant python didn't respond at all. Shoot! Han Fei's face suddenly changed. Only then did he discover that these demonic plants had countless sensory systems. He had stolen their consciousness, but they didn't even notice it. Steal power. Seeing that stealing power was useless, Han Fei only felt a little bit of power being restored. His heart suddenly became heavy. This thing was a heaven-opening realm demonic plant. In the fusion state, it was no longer a whole. Now it could be regarded as a strange creature composed of countless independent, individual demonic plants. They might have a unified consciousness, but Han Fei couldn't steal this consciousness. After stealing twice, the giant python had obviously realized that although it could be countless independent individuals, it always had a main body to support it. Therefore, it knew that it had lost its consciousness and power. However, in the next moment, it found that the time around it suddenly stopped. Heaven-opening realm creatures could feel that time was still, and they could even enter the river of time. However, time had come to a standstill. This was the standstill of the laws. If the giant python wanted to resist the power of time, it could naturally do so. However, it soon discovered that the energy in the void, including the energy in its body, was rapidly flowing away. As for Han Fei, his power skyrocketed in an instant, and faintly cracks appeared on his body. Looking closely, there were no God prayer beads on Han Fei's chest, and there were no God-slaying gloves on his hands. Even a world of laws was abandoned by him. This time, he stole all the energy in this place where time was still. He didn't know if it would succeed, but the result obviously disappointed him. Without the main body, the effect wasn't great. All the natural energy in the area was stolen by Han Fei, but the giant serpent's great Tao was instinctively protecting the giant serpent, so there was only a slight loss of energy. Han Fei found that the power he stole was less than 10%. Fortunately, Han Fei didn't completely focus on the void stealing. He held a god-sealing spear in his hand, and at the moment when time was still, he had already nailed it to the weak point of the giant python. Huff! With a roar, the other parts of the giant python wanted to run, but how could it run when its tail was nailed? The only thing that surprised Han Fei was that the weak point of the snake demonic plants was not important. Puff, 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 the giant python was about to break free from time and disperse its body. But in the forbidden time, Han Fei shot the god-sealing spear 7 times in a row, nailing the giant python from head to tail. Humph! No matter how many tricks you have, your defense is just SOSO. Chapter 2380. Without the power of the giant python, the effect of the god-sealing spear array was immediately stabilized, but not completely. At most, it could make the god-sealing spear array last for a dozen more seconds. Of course, if another monster was sealed, the effect of the god-sealing spear array could be strengthened to more than 100 seconds. In the second prey, Han Fei chose the toad. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Clatter, with a snap of Han Fei's fingers, the body of the big toad was pierced. It was a water-shaped spear imprinted with heaven and earth Tao patterns. When he was deliberately rolled by the big toad's tongue just now, he had already left the infinity water. As long as he thought about it, the infinity water could change into any form he wanted. At this moment, the toad was directly strung up, and the heaven and earth Tao patterns were imprinted on the infinity water. The toad didn't even have the chance to struggle. Not only that, the toad and the giant python couldn't even disperse their bodies. This scene was far beyond the expectations of the other 4 demonic plants. They never thought that in such a short time, 2 teammates would be suppressed almost at the same time. Without the help of the 2, the god-sealing spear array here was relatively stable, and their strength had dropped by as much as 30%. The main reason was that the range of the god-sealing spear array was relatively large, and they had the power of countless demonic plants. Therefore, this caused their strength to drop by only 30%, otherwise it would have been more. If these 6 demonic plants were equivalent to 6 late-stage star transformation cultivators before, then now they were at most at the late-stage star transformation cultivators, close to the late stage. Of course, if the Divine Capital Dynasty or the Heavenly Race sent 6 late-stage star transformation cultivators, Han Fei probably wouldn't be able to resist them. Fortunately, the intelligence of these demonic plants was not that high. Their reaction was not that fast. Although their individual combat power might have barely reached the late-stage star transformation cultivator. However, they had not experienced many battles. Han Fei, who had experienced hundreds of battles, had already prepared for all kinds of situations. 2 of the 6 demonic plants had been killed. The remaining 4 demonic plants knew that it was useless to disperse their bodies at this time. The first thing they had to do was to open a channel. Then, to Han Fei's surprise, the 4 heaven-opening state monsters began to borrow power from each other. The 4 demonic creatures gathered all of their powers on the goshawk. At this moment, they had already discovered that Han Fei was different. This person was not easy to deal with. He killed 2 of their companions as soon as he started. If they waited for a few more seconds, they would probably be dead. As soon as the goshawk flew away, Han Fei grinned. When it flew away, he suddenly said, "There's no wind here." Hula bang. Han Fei thought of depriving the great Tao of wind within the range of the God-sealing spear array. No matter how a bird flew, it would borrow the power of the great Tao of wind in the beginning. If the great Tao was suddenly gone, wouldn't he be doomed? However, Han Fei did not attack the goshawk immediately. The centipede, the cheetah, and the tree man must have greatly weakened their powers by lending their powers to the goshawk. Even if goshawk did not have the great Tao of wind, he would definitely have some other way to rise again. Han Fei, on the other hand, appeared before the cheetah at 8 times the speed of light. Puff, 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 the cheetah wanted to disperse its body and turn into countless demonic plants and monsters. But Han Fei was still a step faster. He stabbed the God-sealing spear at the cheetah's head. The tree demon wanted to help the cheetah, but Han Fei had 3 heads and 6 arms. He punched out a series of super light fist marks with his fists, and Han Fei put on the God-slaying gloves again. Realizing that the cheetah was done for, the tree demons and centipedes scattered. The area, which had been devoid of life and demonic creatures, was suddenly filled with tens of thousands of demonic creatures. Spores filled the sky. However, how could Han Fei not know what the centipede and the tree man were thinking? They knew that they could only rely on the goshawk, so they used most of their burdensome demonic bodies to stall Han Fei. Their main bodies had already run to the goshawk. At this moment, Han Fei had just finished sealing the cheetah. The entire God-sealing spear array was filled with colorful spores. It could also isolate perception. Han Fei's perception was blocked. However, Han Fei smiled faintly and shook his head slightly. Void descent. Unlike other people, when other people created clones, the clones created by the God's descent technique were not their complete identities. When his clones exceeded a certain level of power, the descended body would become the main body. Han Fei had accidentally discovered this trump card after more than 30 years in the God's ruins. But he had never used it until now. If he didn't have to kill the 6 demonic creatures today, he wouldn't have used it. Besides, the reason why he dared to use it was that he was the only one here. Even if there were venerable emperors, they might not pay attention to him. His divine mind passed through the God-sealing spear array, passed through the spores, and finally found his little trump card. Han Fei thought that venerable emperors wouldn't be so bored. The goshawk was also dumbfounded. Why did this person just appear like this? Having no time to think, the goshawk condensed a sharp claw with all its strength. However, a holy pillar of light suddenly descended on its body. Sizzle, sizzle, a large amount of ominous aura was directly purified, and a thick black mist spread in all directions. Bathed in the divine light, Han Fei walked toward the stiff goshawk and said, "You shouldn't have pinned your hopes on someone else. Fortunately, the 3 of you gathered your strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to take down the 4 of you in a short time." At this time, the goshawk still had strength to spare, but after being illuminated by the God's awakening technique, a large amount of dark aura in its body was purified, and the power it had just obtained from the others was immediately reduced. The situation became one-on-one. After more than 30 seconds, all of them were nailed to the ground by Han Fei, including the goshawk. After destroying all the bodies of the demonic creatures scattered by the tree demon and the centipede, Han Fei finally caught the tree demon. Han Fei had to admit that this world of demonic plants had indeed given him a lot of surprises. They were a kind of strange life form, and their bodies could be divided into countless independent individuals. There were also differences in strength between independent individuals. Once necessary, all the individuals would turn into body parts and converge. If their main body was just an ordinary star-turning demonic creature, then when all these independent individuals converged, they would suddenly become the late stage of the star-turning realm. Han Fei wondered what would happen if their independent individuals also evolved to the heaven-opening state. Would multiple heaven-opening state bodies fuse with each other and finally prove their Tao? After studying for a long time, Han Fei could only roughly understand that all of their individuals came from parasitism. As for why they were this kind of life form, it could only be related to the Tao of parasitism. Han Fei couldn't help but think of Shui Fan in the Blood Sea Divine with City in the Water with Heaven. That guy really had advanced consciousness and embarked on a Tao of parasitism. If he was allowed to really grow up, the consequences would probably be unimaginable. After sighing with emotion, Han Fei didn't take out their life origin crystals immediately. Instead, he used a weird technique. This technique was the vitality condensation technique passed down by the god of war. Although using this technique would strengthen his own hellfire, but he had to try it and know how to use it first. At the same time, he also wanted to feel the feeling of using this technique. Han Fei used his own vitality as a guide to affect the vitality of the 6 demonic plants in the God-sealing spear array. In fact, it was just affecting their origin crystals. How could there be a better test subject than this? After a while, Han Fei felt that in front of him, an extremely rich vitality was slowly forming. However, the feeling of the so-called hellfire was not obvious or even barely felt. Is it because these demonic plants are not good things, so it's not easy for them to breed hellfire? Han Fei didn't really want to be covered by the hellfire. He just wanted to compare it and finally determine how to use the vitality condensation technique in the future. But the result was not ideal. Half a day later, crack, 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 the vitality of these demonic plants condensed into a very pure origin life, which seemed to be several times more than absorbing their origin crystals alone. Sending this part of vitality into his natal star, Han Fei felt that this rich vitality was quickly absorbed by the natal star, like a rain falling on the sand, absorbed in the blink of an eye. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He only felt that he only saw a small river, and the vitality seemed to gather into this river in the natal star. The increase was actually 1/10 of the river's amount. This is the river of life? No. Feng Xingliu said that the river of life is a mysterious river that combines the lives of billions of people. This should just be a kind of quantification of the vitality contained in my natal star. Not only that, after Han Fei suddenly closed his eyes, an illusory river appeared in his mind. It seemed that he accidentally found it, so it didn't hide from him anymore and really appeared. That was the river of life of the natal star just now. And this is my own river of life? Chapter 2381. Han Fei was really grateful to the 100,000-year competition of the divine land of the East Sea, which had broadened his horizons, given him a lot of inspiration, and provided him with a lot of resources. It turned out that in addition to the river of time, there was also a river of life in this world. Although he couldn't know what the river of life was, he could already see his own river of life. The water in the river of life represented his vitality, and the length of the river of life represented his lifespan. Vitality could be replenished, but lifespan couldn't be easily enlarged. Once this river of life burst, it meant the passing of life, which meant that even if he had vitality, he couldn't replenish his lifespan. So this is the real relationship between lifespan and vitality. Han Fei was observing the length of the river of life. It seemed to be 132 meters. Theoretically, the lifespan of a pioneer sea-state cultivator was 100,000 years, and he was already in the heaven-opening state, so he should have a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. Therefore, the answer was obvious. His lifespan was 32 million years, and his pool was full, which meant that he didn't lack vitality. Han Fei realized that both the natal star and himself had a river of life. The problem was that his river of life was easy to judge, but the natal star's river of life was longer and deeper than his. However, the natal star's river of life was so illusory that he couldn't judge its length and could only compare its depth. So far, Han Fei found that the depth of his natal star's river of life hadn't even reached half. It was only about 1/3 deep. Han Fei knew that this was a newborn natal star, and it was still incomplete. For now, it seemed to lack vitality. At this time, Han Fei was shocked. It seemed that his natal star was quite short of vitality. The vitality of a natal star was only 1/3. No wonder the god of war said he had to inject vitality into it. But Han Fei didn't rush to inject vitality. He didn't know how familiar the vitality in the origin of life was with the vitality condensed by other natal stars. Anyway, his star core wouldn't be fully born until 4 months later. During this period, he had plenty of time to get a lot of vitality. After testing the vitality condensation technique, Han Fei didn't make any comparison, so he couldn't draw any conclusions. But now, his second mission, which was to kill 10 heaven-opening demonic beasts, had been completed. But the first task of killing Pioneer Sea-State monsters hadn't been completed yet. However, that task was even simpler. It should be completed in a few days. However, he was ambushed. This was definitely premeditated. How did they know which direction he was going to go? Why did they ambush him here? In fact, Han Fei had a vague answer in his heart, which was the demonic source. Han Fei didn't plan to rest. Since today's luck was very bad, and Han Fei had already seen it, he would find the demonic origin and destroy it in one go. Han Fei believed that the demonic energy source was not as difficult as he thought. Otherwise, how many people would be unable to complete the mission of the mana pool? Otherwise, how many people could fail to complete the natal star state of demonic plants of Demon Star? Moreover, those demonic plants and monsters would listen to its commands. This meant that the other party's level was higher than these plant monsters. However, it was definitely not higher than Celestial Transformation Grand Completion. Otherwise, it would not have become the third task. The natal star of stage, star of cultivators of the stars of out, 2, of star of the star of out. This time, the number of late-stage celestial transformation powerhouses participating in the God Capital Dynasty's great meet in the past 100,000 years was less than 5,000. If the mana source had the strength of a late-stage celestial transformation realm cultivator, then what was the point of playing? He just needed to let these 5,000 people pass the test. Therefore, Han Fei thought that the combat power of the demonic energy source shouldn't be high. Thinking of the few plant demon monsters that attacked him, perhaps the only thing that was good about it was that it could guide plant demon monsters to evolve. Perhaps in order to ambush Han Fei, the nearest demonic energy source had mobilized most of the combat power around it. Therefore, Han Fei rushed all the way and didn't encounter another heaven-opening state demonic creature. Finally, after half a day, in the depths of the swamp, Han Fei stopped in a place that didn't look like a swamp, but more like an inland swamp lake. If it weren't for the abundant algae on the surface of the swamp, Han Fei would have thought it was more like an inland sea. When he reached this place, Han Fei knew that he had found it. His perception could not penetrate the swamp here, as if there was a force preventing him from doing so. Han Fei stood in the air and said in a very straightforward voice, "You only have one chance now. If you can't ambush me this time, you will definitely die. So, have you thought about what to do?" Seeing no answer, Han Fei smiled and said, "If I guess correctly, you have basically used up all the power you can use. Even though there are many demonic creatures here, there are countless heaven-opening state demonic creatures. However, they can't all be under your control. You are just one of the countless demonic energy sources in this world, and the power you can control is limited. So, how about making a deal?" A deal? Gurgling, the swamp was bubbling. More and more bubbles appeared and became denser and denser. Finally, when a purple crystal flower bud appeared and bloomed, Han Fei could finally see the so-called demonic energy source. In the purple crystal spring water, a humanoid plant demon monster emerged. Han Fei couldn't figure out whether this was a plant demon, a human, or a demonic creature. She seemed to have the characteristics of all three. "You are the demonic energy source?" After he was ambushed, he actually realized that there seemed to be a wise man behind these plant demon. Otherwise, if he were those plant demon monsters, their first thought would not be to ambush him, because ambushing him was meaningless to the plant demon monsters. He didn't have any ominous aura on him. Although he was full of vitality, they were plant demon and didn't lack vitality. So why would they ambush him? If these plant demon monsters didn't want anything from him, but wanted to ambush him, it could only be that they had received instructions from something. Now it seemed that as he expected, this demonic energy source was indeed alive. And in Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name: demonic energy source. Introduction: an intelligent plant demon living in the dark demonic realm. Because it has the ability to quickly absorb ominous power, it can be attached to by many plant demon monsters. They parasitize all the attached demonic creatures and make them their clones. And the parasitized demonic creatures won't find out that they're just clones. In the domain of the demonic energy source, all creatures are nutrients for the demonic energy source. But the demonic energy source needs to give birth to a real body to have combat power. Before that, the combat power of the demonic energy source only depends on the attached demonic creatures. There's a lot of ominous aura in its body, which can only be suppressed by the pure life origin crystal in its heart. Level 109, quality rare realm, peak of the sky, opening level, contains 3,092 strands of ominous aura. Combat skills: mind control, parasitism, life extraction, energy extraction, collectible ominous magic crystal, absorbable. Remarks: in a world contaminated by ominous aura, no spiritual plant is innocent. Seeing this information, Han Fei was shocked. Oh my God! Did those heaven-opening level demonic creatures know that they were also parasitized? They turned them into clones, but didn't tell them that they were clones and let them maintain independent consciousness. Is this demonic energy source crazy? Besides, Han Fei never expected that this thing was actually at the peak of the sky opening level. What kind of deal do you want to make? This demonic energy source seemed to be relatively calm. Although Han Fei couldn't feel its strength, according to the demon purification pod, it was obviously not strong. However, if they really fought, this thing should have some trump cards. But Han Fei didn't care. No matter what this trump card was, even if it was a large amount of ominous matter, Han Fei didn't care. This degree of ominous matter could be easily purified by the heavenly awakening divine technique. At most, he would just waste some vitality. And in the demon territory, there was no lack of vitality. But what Han Fei didn't expect was that this demonic energy source really came out and was willing to communicate with Han Fei. This was different from those demonic plants. Even heaven-opening level demonic creatures wouldn't be willing to communicate with him. Or rather, they didn't know how to communicate. Han Fei said, "I want resources, treasures, life crystals, and a massive amount of vitality. Can you satisfy me? Or are you willing to provide me with clues?" Han Fei didn't have any killing intent at this moment. He was seriously negotiating a deal. He wasn't a native of the infernal domain, so he didn't know where the resources were. Even with the nautical globe, he could only find 3 places at most a day. But the demonic energy source was different. Since this guy had wisdom and was willing to negotiate a deal with him, it meant that there was room for negotiation. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the demonic energy source immediately responded, "Okay, no problem. But how can I trust you?" Han Fei grinned. "You can only trust me, can't you?" However, the demonic energy source shook its head slightly. "No, since it's a deal, there should be reciprocity. I can give you the resources you want, treasures, vitality, and even a large number of life crystals. But you have to help me too. Otherwise, you can kill me. But let me tell you, even if you kill me now, you can't kill the real me." Han Fei smiled. "You're quite talkative. Okay, tell me what you want." The demonic energy source said slowly, "I want you to help me kill other demonic energy sources. In exchange, I can give you all the treasures, resources, vitality, spiritual fruits, and so on in my territory and his territory." Chapter 2382. Hearing this demonic source's words, Han Fei sneered in his heart. It really deserved to be the most intelligent creature in the demonic realm. It had a good plan. If he wanted to break through the territory of a demonic source, he might have to kill at least dozens of heaven-opening state monsters in the other party's territory. If it was the demonic source itself fighting each other, it would be very difficult. But Han Fei was a power that was beyond their power. This made the demonic source feel that with Han Fei's power, it should not be a problem to break through a demonic source territory. After all, it had been broken through in this way. If he lost, he had to admit defeat. Sometimes, losing did not mean that he would definitely die. When Han Fei heard this demonic source's words, Although he sneered in his heart, he had to consider it. This demonic source's words were simply too *king attractive. He had only broken through a demonic source territory, and he had already gained a lot of benefits. If he broke through a dozen, Han Fei felt that the vitality of his natal star might be filled up. However, compared to his own purpose, the purpose of the demonic source was actually more terrifying, because Han Fei knew that even if he killed this demonic source now, she would not actually die in a complete sense. She could parasitize other creatures, so she did not die. For the demonic source, she just changed her body and then slowly lived, and in the future, she would grow into a new demonic source. Therefore, this demonic source was very confident. She dared to trade with Han Fei and also dared to refuse Han Fei's trade. For her, even if she was killed, it was not a big deal. Demonic plants had a very long lifespan, and it was impossible for Han Fei to guard her. Han Fei was thinking, the demonic source itself did not have any strength. They only relied on the monsters attached to them. They manipulated the territory and collected ominous power, and their ultimate purpose was to condense a true body. Once this demonic source true body was condensed, with a star transformation, great perfection demonic source, its strength would be very terrifying, and it might even directly become an emperor-level powerhouse. And the key to condensing a true body should still be the ominous power. It should be extremely difficult to obtain this kind of power. As the saying goes, if you give up, you will gain. This demonic source would give out some ominous power and then take it back without a trace. Han Fei did not know what would happen if a demonic source devoured another demonic source. On one hand, he was worried about the massive amount of resources that the mana origin had mentioned. On the other hand, he was worried that the fusion of the two mana origins would cause the other party's ominous power to suddenly multiply, which might lead to some problems. Han Fei didn't know what to say for a moment. After a moment of silence, Han Fei said casually, "You should know that since I can find you, I can also find all the resources and treasures under your territory. As for the life force, I can take it slowly and slowly. However, you want to devour other mana sources and use me as a fighter. Huh? Do you really think that your intelligence is very high?" The origin of mana replied, "This is a fair trade. What I can give is worthy of what I want." While dealing with the demonic energy source, Han Fei thought quickly. He still had to be careful about this cooperation. He didn't want to create a venerable sovereign. That would be the end of him. How could he do such a thing so casually? He wanted to see if he could turn this mana source into a puppet. But then again, that was an ominous force. The essence of the ominous force was pollution, and the souls that were separated would also be inextricably linked to the main body. For example, the Blood Fiend, who was also a consummate star transformation cultivator. Before this Blood Fiend died, he was also very crazy, using his evil chi to cultivate stars. But his soul was completely annihilated. Although he refined him into a puppet, the evil chi was not enough to make him lose himself. If he could control the Blood Fiend puppet at will, nothing would happen to him. But the mana source was different. If he turned them into puppets, once the soul of the main body was polluted by the evil chi, it would not be a problem of a few resources. Han Fei thought for a while. Interesting. Give me all the resources first, and I will help you destroy the other mana source territory. But this mana source shook its head slightly. A deal shouldn't be like this. You destroy the other mana source, and I will give you resources together. Han Fei said, "If I spend a long time to destroy the other party, but you take the opportunity to swallow the other party and then have the power to compete with me, do you think I am stupid? I will help you kill no more than 6 heaven-opening state demonic creatures in the other party's territory as a token of my loyalty. Then you have to take out all the resources in your territory. This is the real basis of cooperation." The mana source thought for a while. "You kill half of the other party's heaven-opening state demonic creatures, and I will give you half of the resources and treasures in my territory." Han Fei sneered. "Your territory has basically been dug out by me, right? Let me tell you, don't push your luck. I can cooperate with you, and I can also cooperate with other mana source. So, you better give me all the resources. Otherwise, There is no need to make this deal. I will directly destroy you. The mana source said, I am not afraid of death. Han Fei sneered. Are you trying to say that in your territory, there are many creatures that you have parasitized, and they are all your clones? That's why I can only kill your current body, but not your real body, right? At this time, the demonic source finally looked at Han Fei seriously. Han Fei told her secret, which surprised her a little. How did Han Fei know about it? Han Fei chuckled. Your territory is only so big. Outside your territory, there must be the territory of other mana source. Do you think I can tell the mana source of other territories that your territory has been penetrated by me? Do you think they have a way to find you and destroy you? At this time, the ripples in the amethyst flower bud shook, and the mana source was silent for a while. After you kill half of the other party's heaven-opening state demonic creatures, I can give you all the resources and treasures in my territory. However, Han Fei, who had thought it through, shook his head slightly. No, you didn't agree just now. It's too late now. As a plant, you shouldn't give a pure-blood human race time to think. Now, give me all the resources in your territory. This is your proof of allegiance. The mana source was silent for a while. Do we still have a chance to cooperate? Han Fei nodded. Yes, but we have to cooperate according to my terms. I will penetrate 2 mana source territories. You find all the resources in these 2 places for me, and I will give you a chance to devour a mana source. At this time, the mana source had no choice. The battle between the demonic creatures was actually more intense than imagined. In the demon realm, in addition to the mana source, the so-called heaven-opening state demonic creatures were actually all chess pieces in the competition between mana source and mana source. Now that he had no chess pieces, he had already lost. And once the other mana source knew that he was not dead, the consequence might be that they would send an overwhelming number of demonic creatures to search for him. Okay, this demonic energy source agreed and said to Han Fei, I need 1 day to gather the resources. 1 day later, Han Fei saw countless demonic plants and demonic creatures heading to the place where the mana source was located to offer sacrifices. Most of these demonic creatures were in the sea opening state. After all, the territory owned by this mana source was not small. If Exalt Realm experts were required to deliver resources to such a huge territory, then they would be finished. Who knew how long it would take for them to arrive? However, these were not important. Han Fei saw a huge amount of resources, black-yellow soil, piled up into a mountain. There were a total of 3 pieces of primal chaos treasure soil. However, 2 of them were inferior, and the last one was ordinary. There were more than 2 million ordinary spiritual fruits. To be honest, it was the first time that Han Fei had seen so many spiritual fruits. It was not until today that he realized how rich the resources of a powerful starting ground were. If endless resources were enjoyed by one person, how strong would this person be? There were more than 13,000 kinds of mineral veins here, and the vitality here had gathered into 16 large life origin crystals, which were equivalent to 16 heaven-opening state life origin crystals. At this time, the mana source said, I can only take out so many resources in my territory. If you want to kill all the demonic creatures in my territory, then the surrounding mana source will know that something has happened to me and will provoke and explore my territory. Han Fei roughly estimated that if it was purely in terms of the number of resources. Han Fei was surprised. The total amount of resources here was probably 500,000 kilometers. And this was because most of the resources of the heaven-opening state demonic creatures had already been taken by him. So these 500,000 kilometers of resources were extra. Therefore, in fact, if all of them were counted, there would be about 700,000 to 800,000 kilometers of resources in a mana source territory. This did not include the black-yellow soil. I'm rich. Han Fei's heart was surging. A conservative estimate was that there were more than 100,000 mana sources in this demonic territory. If every mana source territory had so many resources, it would be a terrifying number. And at this moment, after seeing so many resources, Han Fei was considering whether to kill this mana source or not. Anyway, he had already got what he needed. Should he really cooperate with this mana source? Han Fei thought for a while. He really couldn't decide on this matter. It involved ominous things, so he had to ask. Who should he ask? If he asked eldest senior brother, it seemed that the purpose of the Void Temple was to deal with ominous things. If he created an ominous emperor, would eldest senior brother slap him? He'd better ask the god of war. Anyway, the god of war was far away and couldn't care about this. Besides, he had to ask him for advice on such an important matter. What was this called? This was called trust. Han Fei took the resources and then glanced at the mana source again. Let's talk about it after I finish my seclusion. Chapter 2383. Han Fei wasn't afraid that this demonic energy source would run away. If it could run away, it would have run away a long time ago. Therefore, it probably didn't have the ability to move fast. Maybe it was connected to the earth vein here, so it couldn't leave even if it wanted to. And Han Fei's purpose of going to the Life Star was also very clear. Although he had obtained all the resources in this demonic energy source territory, but he still had a lot of concerns about whether to cooperate with this demonic energy source or not. After a moment, above the sea of stars, an altar appeared and a curtain of fire soared into the sky. The god of war asked, "You're here again? Why didn't you sacrifice a creature at the heaven-opening state to me this time?" The god of war took the initiative to send a message to Han Fei before Han Fei even sent a message. It was mainly because Han Fei came too frequently. He would come here every few days, which gave the god of war the illusion that this guy wasn't busy, wasn't he? Why does he look like he's so bored every day? Han Fei said, "Senior god of war, let's not worry about the sacrifice. I have a situation here. Blah, blah." Han Fei gave a lengthy description and sent the news of the demon realm to the god of war. The god of war immediately responded, "Are you sure it's the starting ground contaminated by ominous power? Or the starting ground with at least 1,000,000 creatures at the heaven-opening state?" Han Fei said, "Yes, that's it. I've caught a demonic energy source now. I'm wondering if I can cooperate with him, blah, blah." The god of war was dumbfounded. "You're supposed to do a task, but you're cooperating with a monster?" The god of war said, "We can cooperate. According to your description, as long as such a demonic energy source doesn't devour more than 5 other demonic energy sources, it shouldn't be a big threat. But you don't know if it has devoured other demonic energy sources before, so you can't gamble. Besides, all races don't have the habit of doing business with ominous power, so you can't rely on it. So, my suggestion is that even if we can cooperate, there's no need to cooperate." "There's no need to cooperate?" Han Fei asked rhetorically. He could point out how many demonic energy sources a demonic energy source had devoured with a nautical panorama. If the god of war was right, he could kill him after the demonic energy source devoured 4 other demonic energy sources. However, War God came and said that there was no need to cooperate. This was worth pondering. There were so many resources, so why was there no need to cooperate? The god of war replied, "What do you think is the main purpose of needing resources after turning into a star?" Han Fei nodded. "Of course, I'll take this step well. Even if we don't take the path to stardom, we'll still need to use a huge amount of resources, right? For example, when I reach the Tao, War God, when the time comes for you to prove your Tao, it will definitely not be enough for you to just snatch some resources from the demon source territory. In order to prove one's Tao, one needed to borrow the heavenly Tao and comprehend the laws. If one could snatch the heavenly Tao of the starting ground, it would indeed be very beneficial to prove one's Tao. But do you have that ability now?" Han Fei asked, "Senior god of war, do you mean that the resources I get now are of little use?" "War God, it's not that they aren't useful. However, since you went to such a place, according to what you said, there might be 100,000 mana sources here, and you only have 3 years. No matter how many of them you hit, how many can you kill?" He had the ability to kill these devil origins. You might as well try to steal the origin of this world. Han Fei was shocked. "Steal the origin of this world? Senior god of war, do you think I've lived long enough? This is a terrifying starting ground with 100,000 devil origins. Can the origin energy of the world be stolen so easily? If I'm not mistaken, the origin of the world should have a certain degree of consciousness, right? At that time, I can casually get 1,000 or 800 heaven-opening realm monsters. Can I still beat them? War God. As you said, this starting ground is only contaminated by ominous things, but since you can go to this starting ground to train, it means that this starting ground has not been completely eroded by ominous things. In other words, the origin of the world here should still be fighting against the ominous power. While fighting against the ominous power, it has no time to take care of these contaminated monsters. Besides, the origin of the world may have a little consciousness, but it is more dominated by laws, not as exaggerated as you think. Hearing what the god of war said, Han Fei suddenly thought of something. If the origin of the world here had not been completely eroded and was still fighting against the ominous power, then it seemed that he really had a chance. But Han Fei asked again, Senior God of War, even if I find the origin of the world, but I have to face the ominous power, right? If I absorb the origin of this world, won't I have to face the erosion of the ominous power? War God, you are now facing the ominous. So many of you have gone to a world that is tainted by the ominous. Every monster you kill, mana, origin, and so on, is destroying the ominous. As for facing the ominous power, if necessary, you can ask me to help you. Han Fei was stunned. You'll help me? But Han Fei soon realized that the god of war wanted him to sacrifice a heaven-opening realm life. And he also knew that the star core in the god of war's natal star had been dug out by him. Didn't this mean that the god of war could actually enter other people's natal stars by offering sacrifices? If this was the case, in fact, as long as a passage was open for the god of war could come directly. The question was, what did he have to sacrifice so that the god of war could come through the weird wormhole or a more magical path without any obstacles? Besides, Han Fei remembered that the South Arch had once described the god of war, although he had not become a god. In her words, the god of war was infinitely close to a god. If such a big shot really came, it could be said that he could destroy everything in the world. However, would the god of war covet his body? After all, he had not become a god, and Han Fei had opened the sky from 810,000 miles away. He was talented and had countless opportunities. It was okay to chat with the god of war through the fire curtain, but if he really had to face the god of war, Han Fei really did not have the guts. But Han Fei could not say these words directly, so he rolled his eyes and replied, Senior God of War, if you really come, I'm afraid that the Dongwu Great Emperor will have to come down personally. At that time, not to mention the origin of the world, I can't even get the resources of the Devil Source territory. After a long while, the fire curtain responded, That's true. After all, this is the territory of the Dongwu Great Emperor. I stole his territory, so this kid will probably hold a grudge. Forget it. Although I can't go over, I think you still have to look for the origin of the world. As for how to deal with the ominous invasion, you can activate the God of War seal, and I can protect you for a while. Since this is the territory of the Dongwu Great Emperor, if you really steal the origin of the world and cause problems in this world, the Dongwu Great Emperor will come out to clean up the situation. You're just a contestant. What does it have to do with you? The Dongwu Great Emperor will not take action against you. He will always give me face. Han Fei thought to himself, Haha, you seem to have a lot of face. But Han Fei thought, if the God of War asked me to get the origin of the world, will there also be others who instigate their descendants to get the origin of the world? After all, according to Han Fei's current understanding, for example, the Heavenly Clan, the Phoenix Divine Clan, and even the Mountain of Fist Radiance and the Eastern Sword Pavilion, there had been gods. If there were gods guiding them, would they compete for the origin of the world? Han Fei felt that it might really be possible. Although those people did not have the nautical multitude apparatus, the heritage of the gods was unimaginable to him. They were likely to have other ways to find the origin of the world. Thinking of this, Han Fei's mind became active. Compared with the origin of the world in such a starting ground, the demonic energy source was just rubbish. The origin of the world contained vitality, the rules of the world, the great Tao, and the power of the world. And in such a starting ground, once he got the origin of the world, the problem of injecting vitality into it would be solved immediately. There's no need to get these so-called crystals of the origin of life. Even he couldn't eat so much of the origin of the world alone. Then he would let little black, little white, and the Emperor's sparrow eat it together. It was a pity that he couldn't take little fatty and the others with him. Even if he couldn't eat it, he could still sacrifice it to the god of war. Anyway, if he really got the power of the origin of the world, he would almost reach the end of the star transformation realm. Thinking of this, Han Fei suddenly felt that the demonic energy source was not good enough. Han Fei immediately said, "Senior god of war, I'll listen to you. I'll go find the origin of the world." Han Fei was about to go offline when the god of war sent a message. "Boy, if you really get the world's source, he definitely couldn't eat it all by himself. I'll teach you the method to store the world origin, and you can offer it to me when the time comes." Han Fei immediately responded, "Senior god of war, I'm risking my life." "God of war, haven't I taught you enough? I originally wanted to teach you the supreme god technique after you infused it with vitality to refine your body. You can't even bear it apart with a little bit of the world's origin?" Supreme god technique? Han Fei's eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly responded, "Senior god of war, who are you looking down on? Am I the kind of person who can't bear to part with treasures? I said that I'm risking my life. Just teach me a way to store the world origin. Can't you give my war god seal some time? War god, why don't you give me a proper sacrifice? Don't you have any idea what you're offering?" Han Fei, "Okay, just you wait. Within 3 months, I'll definitely offer you 2 authentic sacrifices." After this chat, Han Fei felt much more energetic than before. In the outside world, when Han Fei returned from his natal star, the demonic energy source was still in place. After Han Fei came out, the demonic energy source asked, "You're back so soon?" Han Fei grinned. "Yes, demonic energy source. According to my judgment, there are 13 demonic energy sources nearby, the weakest of which is in the west." However, Han Fei shook his head slightly. "No, you're wrong. The demonic energy source didn't seem to understand." "I can't be wrong." Han Fei grinned. "The weakest one is right in front of me. Demonic energy source." Chapter 2384. Perhaps the demonic origin didn't expect that Han Fei would still choose to attack it after going around in circles. It didn't understand why. It wasn't easy for him to reach the peak of the heaven-opening realm, but after Han Fei's attack, he almost fell from the peak of the heaven-opening realm to the heaven-opening realm. Fortunately, it had countless bodies. As long as it was given time, it would only be a matter of time before it grew back to the peak. It just didn't understand where such a strong master like Han Fei came from. Little did it know that half a day later, Han Fei came to a deep-sea domain, which was adjacent to the swamp. It was reasonable to say that there was also a demonic origin here. Knowing that the demonic origin was parasitic, Han Fei found a creature in the heaven-opening state and shouted at it, "I've killed the demonic origin in the west. I'm too lazy to find the original body. It's yours." Han Fei didn't care whether the demonic origin here would get the news from this demonic shark or not. Anyway, his words had been conveyed. It didn't matter whether the demonic origin would eventually die or not. Han Fei flitted across the sky, holding a sensing object that Wu Bufan and the others gave him. He could vaguely sense that the one closest to him should be Chaomingda. Since he had promised these guys to do something for them, he might as well help them. He also wanted to see the real faces of these foppish young masters. The 4th round of qualifiers, 27 days after the start of the competition. Chaomingda was holding a stick that emitted purple-black flames and pierced through a demonic tortoise whose body was illusory and seemed to be half real. However, he casually made a grabbing motion, took out a life origin crystal, and then continued running madly. Suddenly, within the range of Chaomingda's perception, a figure appeared. "Chaomingda, just give up and surrender. You should know that since you decided to participate in the 100,000-year major competition, you have no way out." Chaomingda suddenly stopped and looked at the other 2 figures that appeared in front of him. He said, How many times have I said that I was forced to participate in the 100,000-year major competition? Did I get in your way? Why do you have to chase me? This is the 8th time. Did you come here just to kill me? The man sneered. Chaomingda, stop pretending. We've always suspected that you've awakened a top-tier bloodline, but we've failed to verify it time and time again. We don't know what method you used to conceal it. In this 100,000-year great competition, you were able to escape our pursuit 7 times, and you even had 3 people protecting you. This in itself speaks volumes. So, no matter how much you've hidden, this time, you must die. Go! 1 late heaven opening stage expert and 3 late heaven opening stage experts surrounded him. It stood to reason that Chaomingda would not be able to beat any of these 4 people. Not to mention a late-stage celestial transformation cultivator. Even a late-stage celestial transformation cultivator would not be a match for that playboy Chaomingda. But now, the 4 great experts had formed an inescapable net, and Chaomingda had nowhere to run. Late-stage celestial transformation realm. When they truly attacked, they possessed superluminal speed. In just an instant, they appeared in front of Chaomingda. For a time, the great Tao collided, the void became cold, and ice condensed. At this moment, Chaomingda held a jade strip in his hand. In the eyes of others, it was the escape jade strip he usually used. One of them sneered and shouted, "Spatial alternation. It's over." The jade strip was directly taken away. That person revealed an excited expression and slashed with his sword, seemingly about to pierce through Chaomingda. But the next moment, the jade strip in his hand instantly shattered, and a purple flame spread out around that person. In the blink of an eye, all that was left of this person was a pile of bones. As for that skeleton, it turned around and attacked another person next to it. Not good. It's the purple demon spirit devouring technique. Just as that person finished speaking, Chaomingda was already pierced through by the late-stage celestial transformation realm expert. However, that late-stage celestial transformation realm expert was shocked because a flaming hand suddenly stretched out from Chaomingda's body, and countless purple flame threads appeared in the surrounding 10,000 miles. Not good. It's a trap. Retreat. Pucci, the late-stage celestial transformation realm expert, sent a sound transmission while cutting off one of his arms. However, the purple flame threads around him erupted too quickly. It was like countless seaweed had suddenly spread out from the bottom of the sea. Of the remaining 3 people, 1 was entangled by the white bone puppet, while the late-stage celestial transformation realm cultivator retreated. Suddenly, a flame lit up half of the void, and a figure emerged from it. Who else could it be but Chaomingda? Just now, Chaomingda's body exploded, but it was not his real body. At this moment, Chaomingda blocked the other late-stage celestial transformation realm expert. Holding a small seal in his hand, the gravity suddenly increased by 10,000 times. Following that, Chaomingda held a long stick with 2 sharp ends, and in the blink of an eye, burst out with 8 times the speed of light. Pucci, this person could not escape and was pierced by Chaomingda's attack. However, this person was not a mediocre person. With a backhand, a blood arrow burst out from his body and directly pierced through Chaomingda's body. The blood arrow exploded inside Chaomingda's body. Boom! A small half of Chaomingda's body exploded. However, his hands were burning with purple flames, pressing down on the body of the person in front of him, instantly burning that person into bones. Cough, cough. Blood spurted out from Chaomingda's body. Obviously, he had suffered a serious injury. However, at this moment, he barely saved himself. His first choice was not to fight, but to escape. He had concealed his strength, and he could still fight, but he had not reached the late-stage celestial transformation realm. Even if he used up all his protective treasures, it would be difficult to kill a late-stage celestial transformation realm expert. Therefore, he had to escape. Only by escaping this dangerous situation could he win. As long as he successfully passed the 4th round of qualifiers, he would shine in the 100,000 years great competition. He could then join other forces and secretly cultivate his clan's henchmen. Only then would he have a chance to turn the tables. On the other side, Chaomingda burst out with extreme speed, reaching 7 times the speed of light. However, the moment he rushed out, a figure faster than him appeared and pressed a palm on Chow Munda's chest. Boom! The upper half of Chow Munda's body exploded, leaving only broken bones and flesh. Huh! A young man stepped out of the void and said with slight surprise, "I knew you had concealed your strength, but I didn't expect you to be a body refinement cultivator. To be able to quietly reach this point in the body refinement cultivator, you are indeed a character. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have participated in this 100,000 years great competition. Otherwise, you wouldn't have died." Cough, cough. Chow Munda's flesh and blood were still rapidly reforming, but his 2 white bone puppets had already been shattered by the late-stage celestial transformation realm expert. Now, Chow Munda's life was in danger. Chow Munda's eyes flashed fiercely. "Chow Buki, I didn't expect a son of a bitch like you to come in person." Chow Munda madly urged the resources in his natal star while letting out a beast-like roar. Chow Munda shouted, "Chow Buki, who do you think you are? You're just a follower of Chow Bummy. You'll always be like a dog crawling under his feet. If I die, you won't live for long." Humph! Chow Buki's eyes turned cold. "You only know how to talk back. Back then, your brother was a genius, but he still had his blood extracted. You 2 brothers are the same, with just 3 bloodlines, yet you still want to compete for the main bloodline's opportunity. Who do you think you are?" After that, Chow Buki threw out a cold, ice jade bead. As soon as this bead appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and Chow Munda felt his blood flow stagnate. "Extreme cold pearl?" Chow Buki sneered. "You're quite knowledgeable. As early as 4,700 years ago, when the purple demon divine fire disappeared, Bummy felt that a hidden opponent had appeared in the clan. It's been thousands of years, and it's only recently that they've started suspecting you. Oh, now it seems that it was really you. The extreme cold pearl is a divine object used to suppress the purple demon divine fire. The purple demon divine fire in your body should have been suppressed by now, right? Without the purple demon divine fire, I want to see what other means you have." Chow Munda struggled for a while and finally sighed slightly. He shouted, "Brother Fei, save me. Brother Fei, I know you're here." Huh? Chow Buki and the late-stage star transformation cultivators' faces changed drastically at the same time. Of course, they knew who Chow Munda was talking about. Who else could it be except Han Fei? Recently, Chow Munda, Wu Bufan, and the others were close to Feng Xingliu and Han Fei because they wanted to cling to these 2 people. Chow Buki and the others certainly knew Han Fei's strength. He could kill Yi Qianxing and escape calmly after fighting with Zhao Qinglong. With this strength, it was impossible that the big families didn't notice him. However, Chow Buki heard that Chow Munda was cannon fodder on Han Fei's side, and he gave Han Fei all kinds of things, and Han Fei only helped Chow Munda after receiving money. Then, Chow Buki didn't think Chow Munda could afford to make Han Fei an enemy of the Chow family. After all, he didn't think Han Fei was stupid. Why would he help him? Chow Buki said. "Still trying to stall for time at this time? Han Fei won't do anything without benefits. He destroyed the Fighting Dragon Street just to sell the qualification token. Do you think he's a fool to attack the Chow family for a stranger like you?" However, as soon as Chow Buki finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded. "Say it again, if you dare. Who are you calling a fool?" Chapter 2385. Speaking of which, Chow Buki was stunned. "It can't be, right? We've already chased after Chow Buki 8 times, but you didn't show yourself even once. Why did you show yourself this time around?" Seeing Han Fei coming from afar with an unfriendly look, Chow Buki, the late-stage star transformation cultivator, and the other person were all dumbfounded. In an instant, the 3 of them looked as if they were facing a great enemy. This was not Chow Munda. This was the Han Fei who challenged the Tian clan, broke through the Battle Dragon Street, killed Yi Qianxing, and confronted Zhao Qinglong head-on. In just a few short years, he had become infamous in the Divine Capital Dynasty. As soon as Chow Munda saw Han Fei, he was about to burst into tears and wailed, "Brother Fei, help me. This person has an ultra-quality divine weapon that can suppress all flames. I can't lose it. Chao Mingde knew Han Fei's personality very well. So the first thing he asked for help was to tell Han Fei the grade of the extreme cold pearl. He bet that Han Fei would definitely be interested. Sure enough, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat, and then his soul and blood heated up. F***CK, an ultra-quality divine weapon. Han Fei didn't expect that he would encounter an ultra-quality divine weapon so easily. This thing turned out to be a treasure of the same level as the God Thought beads. There is no need to think about the effects of the God's Prayer bead. Even when he was sleeping, he would still be cultivating with it. It was extremely beneficial for his body tempering, soul tempering, poison resistance, and cultivation. Although the function of this extreme cold pearl seemed to be relatively simple, it was indeed an ultra-quality divine weapon. This was the second ultra-quality divine weapon that Han Fei had encountered. Chao Byuki seemed to realize that something was wrong, but now Chao Mingde was almost under his control. He said to Lord Xiao via voice transmission, "Lord Xiao, hurry up and kill Chao Mingde. Don't fight with Han Fei." Lord Xiao was already vigilant when Chao Mingde shouted. Seeing Han Fei, he had already prepared his strongest blow. Even if Chao Mingde's physique was not weak, he could still kill him. Lord Xiao's hand almost penetrated into Chao Mingde's body. But suddenly, he forgot what he was going to do. He was shocked and tried to launch the star bead to burst out his strongest blow, trying to kill Chao Mingde at once. However, the next moment, his consciousness suddenly blurred. The Chao family was not on the Tian clan's side, so they didn't know much about Han Fei's methods. Although they had also carefully investigated Han Fei, it was not the Chao family head who had personally used all his strength to investigate, but the core disciple of the main bloodline, Chao Bumi, had arranged for someone to investigate. Basically, those who fought with Han Fei were either killed, or they didn't even know why they were defeated. The only ones who could figure out Han Fei's trump card were the people from Tian clan. Therefore, they could only ask the people from the Tian clan. But why would the Celestials tell these families? They couldn't wait for Han Fei to become mortal enemies with the major families of the Divine Capital Dynasty. It would be best if all the major families were tricked by Han Fei. Then, everyone would want to kill Han Fei. Wouldn't that be perfect? Therefore, Chao Bumi didn't find out that Han Fei could steal other people's abilities. Chao Byuki's strength was also extraordinary. Although he had not stepped into the late celestial transformation realm, his strength was barely enough to fight against a late celestial transformation realm expert. Furthermore, this person's speed was extremely fast. The moment Master Chiu made his move, he also made his move. He felt that he knew Han Fei's character very well. Greedy for money. Even if he caught him, he might not necessarily kill him. At that time, as long as he promised to give him resources, even if he had to give away the Arctic Pearl. After all, his identity should be more valuable than Chao Mingde's. However, Chao Byuki underestimated Han Fei too much. At this moment, Chao Byuki, who was in a state of superluminal speed, directly lost consciousness and fell to the bottom of the sea with a bang, creating a big pit. Han Fei grinned slightly. He knew that in this demonic source territory, there was already a giant whale in the heaven-opening state, but it didn't get too close. It seemed to be waiting for the battle here to end. In an instant, both Chao Byuki and Master Chiu were dead. The remaining Chao family powerhouse's first reaction was naturally to run away. However, what he didn't know was that in the next moment, he was also dead. He directly fell to the bottom of the sea. Chao Mingde was directly dumbfounded. Han Fei's figure instantly became majestic. Han Fei didn't even move, but the three powerhouses were dead. God knows what kind of monstrous ability this was. Chao Mingde immediately burst into tears. "Brother Fei, you're finally here. You don't know how long I've been waiting for you. Brother Fei, Chao Mingde, will definitely repay you for saving my life. Come on." Han Fei waved his hand slightly and said, "Don't be so pretentious. Who are you pretending for? When did you know that I was here?" Hearing Han Fei's words, Chao Mingde hurriedly said, "Brother Fei, the sensing object we gave you before was mutual. So I knew that you were constantly approaching. You had already arrived when I was being hunted for the 5th time. Han Fei nodded slightly. No wonder. No wonder I felt that Wu Bufan, Luo Dafei, Li Chun, and Zhou Run were all approaching me these days. It's really because of this sensing object. Since you knew that I was here that day, why didn't you ask for help at that time? Chao Mengde chuckled and returned to his previous shameless look. Brother Fei must be testing me. We all know that Brother Fei knows that we have hidden our strength. Brother Fei, you just want to see our real strength, so I can only wait until I can't beat them before I ask for help from you. Brother Fei. Han Fei grinned slightly. You're actually worried that I won't help you after knowing that you have hidden your strength, right? Because if I help you, it means that I will offend many people in a big clan. I've been thinking about this problem for several days. To be honest, I'm still thinking about it now. Chao Mengde's heart suddenly tightened, but he said with a straight face, Brother Fei, in fact, we all know that we're sorry. But we have no choice. With our current status in the family, it's very difficult for us to get enough resources. Otherwise, we definitely won't be stingy with your reward, Brother Fei. In fact, these days, I don't know what to do, but Brother Fei, all we need is an opportunity. We will definitely remember this favor. In the future, if we rise, as long as Brother Fei has any request, we will definitely do our best to help you. At this time, Chao Mengde's expression also became slightly serious. No one wanted to die. Everyone wanted to become a strong expert, and the rich kids were no exception. Besides, they were just forced to become rich kids. Han Fei chuckled. Even if I want half of the Chao family, can you give it to me? Chao Mengde nodded slightly. We don't have any feelings for the family. What the family brings us is only endless despair. Besides, being in the family, we know that if we don't become a peerless heavenly talent, we have no right to speak. Even if we are a peerless heavenly talent, Brother Fei, you've heard that my brother used to compete with the main family. As a result, his blood was pulled out and he died without a burial place. So, as long as there is a chance, I hope that the Chao family will be defeated. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Without the Chao family to rely on, what can you give me? I think even if you can enter the arena this time and show your extraordinary talent, you are still not strong enough. There will still be strong experts in the family to pressure you, and you may still not escape your fate. Chao Mengde nodded. So, since many years ago, we have been accumulating resources. As for developing connections, we have never used these people, not even once. We are waiting for them to grow. We are waiting for an opportunity. This 100,000-year competition will eventually accompany the East Ocean Divine Land to select talents. We have all decided to go to the City of Terror, which is a paradise of freedom. As long as we don't die, as long as we have a chance to continue to grow, we will eventually return to the Divine Capital Dynasty and make these people pay the price. Han Fei couldn't help but be curious. So many of you have hidden your strength for so many years. I don't think all of you are so smart. So, among you, there should be a leader, right? It was this person who made the plan and carefully let you disguise yourselves to this day. Chao Mengde gritted his teeth and nodded slightly. Since Brother Fei asked, I won't hide it from you, Han Fei interrupted. Are you sure you won't hide it from me? Chao Mengde said, he told you before this round of qualifiers. He said that you must have been suspicious and kept testing us in the 3rd round. He said that in the 4th round, we could show our strength. If you didn't take action, then we would admit defeat. Let's see if we could survive. If you took action, you don't have to hide it from us. Oh, Han Fei couldn't help but be interested. That person was really brave and resourceful. He actually told him everything. Han Fei glanced at the names of those people and couldn't help but say, Tell me, is it the one smoking the big pipe or the walnut plate guy? Chao Mengde couldn't help but grin. Actually, it's Zhou Run. Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. Zhou Run, the one who played Tickles? He thought that this person might be Wu Bufan or Li Chun. He thought that Luo Dafei didn't look like him. As for Zhou Run, Han Fei subconsciously ignored this person because he didn't jump and had almost no sense of existence. Han Fei couldn't help but admire this person in his heart. This person made it so that others couldn't remember him at all, but he also drifted to the edge of the group. In the group, he seemed to have no status, but outside the group, he seemed to be in the group. Who would have thought that such a marginal person turned out to be the smartest one? Chapter 2386. Although it was indeed a bit beyond Han Fei's expectations, it didn't matter. Anyway, he knew that Chow Mengde and the others were not simple. In fact, when Han Fei broke into the Fighting Dragon Street, he knew that there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in that damn place. Not to mention that each family could easily send 2 heaven-opening state powerhouses after the star transformation. Although Han Fei didn't look at those shop owners carefully, he also knew that most of those shop owners were not simple. Now, when Chow Mengde showed his cards, Han Fei couldn't help but ask curiously, "One last question. If I save you, but offend your big families, it will be a big loss for me. What else can I get from you except for offering me a big reward?" Although Han Fei didn't care whether he offended the big families of the Divine Capital Dynasty or not. However, this didn't mean that Han Fei was willing to be taken advantage of. Chow Mengde said, "Zhou Run said that we really can't offer enough resources to impress you, Brother Fei. However, we know a secret of the demon realm." Chow Mengde was about to speak, but was interrupted by Han Fei. "Wait a minute. What you want to say is that the world origin of the demon realm has not been polluted." Wow! Chow Mengde's eyes widened, and he looked at Han Fei in shock. Han Fei didn't have any connections in the Divine Capital Dynasty, did he? How did he know about the demon realm? Regarding the demon domain, even had expended a great deal of effort to obtain the information. Chow Mengde asked weakly, "Brother Fei, where did you buy the information?" When Chow Mengde said this, Han Fei's heart sank, and he said, "I didn't buy the information. I guessed it. But since even you can get this information, I'm afraid that you already know what you should know." Chow Mengde was confused. When Han Fei mentioned the world origin, the capital they prepared to trade with Han Fei was gone. Chow Mengde shuddered. "We can find the entrance to the world origin." Han Fei sneered, flipped his hand, and threw out the fishing hook, hooking out the nautical multiverse. He said, "I can point out the entrance right now." Chow Mengde, seeing that Chow Mengde was confused, Han Fei said disdainfully, "If you can get this intelligence, other people can too. In that case, your so-called entrance is meaningless. It might even be a trap set by someone else." Chow Mengde suddenly raised his head. It did not seem impossible. Zhou Run had also said that this information needed to be carefully considered. When they had a showdown with Han Fei, they shouldn't mention anything about the entrance. Just now, he had only blurted it out in a moment of panic. Han Fei saw that Chow Mengde was also confused. Obviously, he didn't know what was going on either. He thought to himself, although this fellow is only pretending to be a silk pants, after all these years, he has been infected with some habits, and his thinking has degenerated. Chow Mengde didn't know what to say, but Han Fei said, "Fine, it doesn't matter. Anyway, according to my estimation, in another 2 months at most, the few of you should be due." Wu Bufan was the closest to us, and Zhou Run wasn't far behind him. He would probably meet up with us in half a month. If we take the initiative to go there, it won't even take half a month. Since Zhou Run was the leader of Chow Mengde's group, Han Fei would like to hear what kind of answer this man, who had molded his appearance, power, and playboy status into a mediocre character, had to offer. Han Fei didn't doubt the potential of Chow Mengde's group, but he needed a clear promise or a reward from them. He wasn't free labor. He never did things that were free. Chow Mengde's eyes lit up when he heard that. "Brother Fei, you're so righteous. Then shall we go there now?" The 3 of them. Han Fei grinned. "Mengde, I, Han Fei, have always abhorred evil, but I also need a reason to kill. Tell me, what's his name again?" "Chow Buki." "All right. What heinous things has this Chow Buki done? If he's a good person, I can't kill him. I won't feel at ease." "Good?" Chow Mengde almost burst into laughter. "Brother Fei, this guy deserves to die. You heard it just now. 4,800 years ago, I was still a teenager. My younger brother was only a teenager when he was born. At that time, my younger brother was extremely talented. He awakened his divine pulse and became a law enforcer at 7, an explorer at 9, a venerable at 14, and a peak stage venerable at 18. At that time, my younger brother was the best in the Chow family. Everyone thought that my younger brother could expand the sea in 100 years and open the sky in 1,000 years. He was a venerable. However, one day, the war in the heavenly sinkhole became urgent. The main branch of our 3 branches was chosen to support the heavenly sinkhole. But Chowmingda's eyes turned red as he said this. He scolded, but Chow Bummy, a descendant of the main branch, instigated his uncle to plot against my younger brother's divine pulse. They actually did what was done. They stripped my younger brother's divine pulse alive. Then it was discovered that they had already stolen my younger brother's divine pulse and added it to their bodies. Fortunately, the ancestral patriarchs of our 3 branches returned and didn't go to the heavenly sinkhole. However, what was done was done. The divine pulse was a divine pulse no matter who had it. My younger brother was already useless. Even the ancestral patriarchs of our 3 branches couldn't do anything about it. Hearing this, Han Fei's eyes turned cold. He hated stealing other people's spirit pulses. Wasn't it because of this that Shimin Linglan ended up in the great desolate village and met him? Chao Omanda's voice trembled. Back then, my aptitude was average. I could barely be considered a heavenly talent. However, my younger brother knew that he couldn't survive, so he asked the ancestral patriarch to transfer his divine blood to me. That's how I became who I am today. I can't live under the same sky as him. So I pretended to be a foppish young master and lived a muddle-headed life. Brother Fei, Chowmingda, no matter whether I can or not, I will seek justice from the main branch in this life. Back then, it was this guy who captured my younger brother. Han Fei nodded slightly. It seems that this person is indeed unforgivable and should be killed. You kill this Chow Buki. At that time, Chowmingda's body was trembling and waves of air surged. Han Fei only saw Chowmingda hammering Chow Buki's body for 100 seconds, waking him up. Chow Buki, who was hammered awake, was dumbfounded. Why was he heavily injured? He felt that most of his soul had been shattered. When he saw that Chowmingda was burning many of his bones with the purple demon divine fire, he was immediately horrified. Chowmingda, how dare you kill me? The main branch of the Chow family will never forgive you. There will be no way for you to survive in the divine capital dynasty. Chowmingda grinned hideously. It's none of your business. Back then, you captured my younger brother. Have you ever thought about this day? Ha! I want to extract your soul, refine it into the 9 heavens seal, and burn it with the purple demon divine fire every day. When Chowmingda took revenge, Han Fei forcibly erased the connection between the extreme cold pearl and Chow Buki. At this moment, it had become ownerless. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name Extreme Cold Pearl Introduction. There was once a cold winter in the chaos space. In the depths of the chaos space, in the land of cold winter, there is an extremely cold place. That place contains the mysteries of extreme coldness in the world. The extreme cold pearl was bred by the cold sky behemoth and was born naturally after being frozen for millions of years in the extremely cold winter. When wearing this pearl, you can suppress all flames and use the power of extreme coldness in the pearl, which is comparable to a strike from an emperor. Every time you use it, you must go to an extremely cold place to replenish it. Quality, ultra-quality divine artifact, soul attachment, none effect, suppress all flames, and make an ice strike recastable, unrefined. Note, it can't be easily attached to a soul. It can't be fused with a non-compatible soul. Shoot! Han Fei was horrified to see that this extreme cold pearl could burst out and attack comparable to that of an emperor. How could he get such an ultimate treasure? Wow, an attack from an emperor. This was the only treasure that Han Fei obtained in the heaven-opening state that could burst out the power of an emperor. It was indeed an ultra-quality divine artifact, an ultimate treasure. In Han Fei's eyes, this treasure was even better than the God Prayer bead. Han Fei couldn't help but feel lucky that Chow Buki didn't directly use the ice strike of this extreme cold pearl on him. Otherwise, he might not have been able to resist it. Fortunately, he didn't underestimate this person and directly deprived his consciousness. Otherwise, if he seized the opportunity and used this pearl, today's ending would probably be reversed. At this moment, Xiaomingde was still in a frenzy. Han Fei smiled and quietly killed the late-stage star transformation cultivator and the late-stage star transformation cultivator. Just then, Han Fei didn't forget the other two guys who were burned to bones by Xiaomingde with the purple demon divine fire, but he caught them and brought them back. Anyway, as long as they were in his hands, he could find their natal stars. At that time, this late-stage star transformation cultivator would be left to him. The other three would be sacrificed to the god of war. He didn't know what the supreme divine skill that the god of war mentioned was. TSK. After a while, this place was in a mess. The heaven-opening state, demonic creatures, quietly observing this place in the distance, didn't act rashly. But Han Fei knew that there were more and more demonic plants nearby. He didn't want to be besieged by 7 or 8 heaven-opening state demonic creatures again. He stopped Xiaomingde from destroying Chao Buki's broken body and threw it into the Source Sea. Anyway, Chao Buki's soul had been extracted by Xiaomingde. This guy didn't care about a body. He thought that Han Fei might want to use his body as a puppet. He heard that Han Fei had a blood-killing puppet, which was very powerful.